on that day, pia it gives us that weight. And so his space mainly it's about that day. Na tutakuwa tuna hold these spaces every now and then. I've also tried to look for the graphic designers waweze ku design the posters and the placards for that day, to ensure that we also air out our voices, even as much as the lawyers will be arguing on the court on the matter about the Adani deal. Pia sisi kama the citizens who are not the lawyers that cannot be given that chance on the courtroom, pia we see how we can support them. Now the only thing tunaweza support now ni to come out in large numbers to air out our issues outside the court, because that also gives us that weight. And so his space, it's about what is about to come on 11th. So kama umejoin hii space saizi, just spare you a few minutes, enda hapo mahali wa una comment kwa space, you retweet the link of the space, tupate jamaa wakuja kusikiza how we are going to do this. And so we are here to see the strategies tunaweza tumia over the same issue ya Adani deal, because these guys want to take over our airport, they want to take over our healthcare system, they want to take care even our power. So yeah, ni hivyo. If you have an issue to talk to us, just request your microphone and then we can do this. But because nilikuwa na Dante alikuwa wa kwanza, then Alan, alafu Gen Z movement, I think we can move in that order as we retweet the space to other members to join. Dante, jambo.
Hello, si jambo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Dante. Just proceed.
All right. Mine is just but a few. Like I was suggesting that tukue na mpangilio kama space yenye tuna hold leo, tujue like tumependekeza we'll be having 1 2 3 hizo vitu. I wish like tunaweza kuwa na hiyo mpangilio ya kujua leo tulifika hapa next time tunaanzia hapo hivyo. I don't know whether we have such kind of a plan.
Yeah, sure. Ndio
Then
maana tumeweka hii space, so we need to prepare ourselves.
yes, okay, thank you. Then also I was just nilikuwa naulizia kama kuna hii mambo ya Shifu. By the way, guys, do you know people are dying in the hospital? Watu wanakufa hospitali. Go to Kenyatta uone. Mtu anafika hapo, hiyo kitu haifanyi. Watu wanakufa huko bwana. Do we have still a way tunaweza hii kitu inaweza kuwa reversed ama ni hivyo? Like tuko like, is there something which can be done? Is it too late? That's my question. Just that I don't have much today.
Okay, thank you so much, Dan. I don't think if it's too late to act, because kama watu wanakufa hospitali because of the NHIF and that transformation from NHIF to SHA, then it means we can do something over that.
Yes. Thank you for that. Then we need to set some strategies on the same way we have the undone deal in court. I think we can still do something about it. We need to set strategies on the same kindly, because people will continue dying. Thank you very much, guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Dante. So guys, we need to have strategies. That's why nimeweka hii space mapema sana. On 11th November is too far from today. So having this space as early as today, it means we are having that room for preparation. So what do we need to do? Because hatuwezi acha tu our lawyers wakienda ku argue there na sisi pia tuko hapa. Just like today we saw people going to submit their memorandum, na pia tulikuwa na watu wenye walikuwa wanatupush. So it's so good to have such a spaces to prepare ourselves so much, tuone what we can do, because whatever we are doing it in accordance with the constitution. Hakuna mtu anafanya kitu illegal, by the way. Mi wanashangaa watu wakiogopa kusema they want to go to protest. Mimi I wonder why you guys mnaogopa kitu kama hiyo, because it's a constitutional right for you to petition, to picket, to demonstrate over the issues that affects you directly. And so having such a spaces, we prepare ourselves adequately. Mnajua on 11th November ni kitu kama how many, it's like 2.5 weeks. So having these spaces mapema kama saa hizi, we are preparing ourselves psychologically, mentally, what can happen on that day, but just preparing yourselves to we come from our homes on that day to go to the court to listen to that cases, and also to say reject Adani deal. I don't think if it can bring that I mean if it can be so harmful to us. And so ndio maana nimesema let us prepare ourselves. What exactly do we need to do? Because kitu mimi nilikuwa najua tunafaa tukue nayo, we need to talk about these issues over and over again. And so I've rallied some graphic designers wenye wanafanya hizo graphics, whereby tutakuwa tunazishare hapa on this platform. But pia hiyo siku tukijitokeza sisi wote, kila mtu at least akuwe na that placard yenye inasema we don't want the Adani deal, because hao jamaa, mi at times I wonder, watu wanaamka tu mahali, they make their own decisions, alafu they pretend that that decision is the people's decision. So having this space today and the subsequent days that are coming ahead, it means we are going to get ready for that day. We support our lawyers on the court, but sitakuwa tu hapo nje. I hope you guys understand nikiongea hivyo. So let me have Alan. He's been here for some few minutes, at least tumsikize, then we can go to anajita nani human, then Kelvin anajita Kaveve Kazoze. So Alan.
Thanks, KOT. First of all, peace to the fallen heroes. We will not forget their sacrifice. Now, this guy called Ruto, he wants to finish us. And I will always say this kwa space because amesema katiba ni karatasi. Ataitumia kama tissue paper. Ana force Kindiki, ndo huyo ana force 7-year term, ndio huyo ana force Chief, ndio huyo bado ana force Adani pande ya stima, ndio huyo bado ana force Adani in the port, ana force Adani all corners, anapatia Adani. He's selling our country to Indians for bei ya jioni 60 billion. Hiyo ni pesa ya maana surely. And we are just okay. Because if we were angry, we would not allow these things to happen. We would be in the streets. We need to go back to the streets. We need to go back to the streets because this guy, the courts is not the way. The courts is definitely not the way. He needs to know we are pissed. Because the last time he knew you were pissed, it was financed bill. But since then, ni kama anadhani tumetulia. Na anadhani hatuoni Kenya anafanya. He's just okay with doing whatever the fuck he wants because Kenyans are chilling at home. And that's what he's taking advantage of. He's taking advantage of the fact that we are not in the streets, that we are not complaining. So he's pushing every agenda he needs to finish. Amepiga handshake yake safi na Bill Gates. Bill Gates is shaking hands with Ruto for GMOs. He's going to finish our agriculture completely and give us genetically modified seeds. And those seeds don't grow a second cycle. So ukipanda mbegu za Bill Gates, uvune kama ni mandizi ama uvune maembe, hiyo mbegu hiyo maembe huwezi ipanda tena, lazima urudi kwa Bill Gates ununue mbegu tena. That's how GMO seeds are designed. If you plant an orange, hizo mbegu za hiyo orange actually it comes out seedless. When you cut that orange katikati haina mbegu, then you have to go back, buy again from Bill Gates. Then they are making it illegal to have indigenous seeds. It's actually in that agriculture bill that it is illegal to have indigenous seeds. What is an indigenous seed? An indigenous seed ni ile machungwa ukipanda ikupee mbegu, hiyo mbegu pia inatoa mti ingine. That's an indigenous seed. And that's the thing they're making illegal so that Bill Gates can have a business selling us seeds from US. And he can set any price he wants because he will have monopoly of the market. That's where we are heading if Ruto remains. And people are saying 2027. In fact, kama kuna kitu inanipandishianga hasira ni mtu akisema 2027. Are you for real? Can you not see what is going on? And you're saying 2027? This guy is finishing us today. He's putting a cabinet secretary as deputy president. Do you know how many clauses in the constitution he's breaking just doing that? And he's doing it in broad daylight and everyone is okay. Kindiki has to resign. He has to stay jobless for 6 months. Then he has to go to IBC as a recommendation from the president. Then IBC has to vet him. Then he becomes deputy president. But Ruto anaruka 6 steps na anaika mtu tu kienyeji. Anasema huyu sasa ndio deputy. Anatoa sitting deputy kienyeji. Buying the parliament, buying the senate. Are we not concerned about this state capture? Because that's what it is. This guy has captured what is supposed to be an independent arm of government. Parliament should not be influenced by executive. Both houses of parliament, that's Senate and parliament MPs. They are not supposed to be influenced by executive. President anafaa kuongelea vitu zake huko kando, judges wanaongelea vitu zao huko kando, MPs wanaongelea vitu zao huko kando. They are supposed to be 3 separate independent arms of government. That's why a chief justice can tell the president to stop, because judicial powers cannot be affected by executive powers. Lakini hii serikali yetu ni ya wapi? Ruto anasema kitu, parliament jumps, hops, skips, ticks all the boxes. Kitu inapitishwa overnight in parliament, overnight. Yeah? But when people are dying in hospital because SHIF is fake, where are those MPs? Why are they not sitting overnight to block SHIF and restore NHIF? But they are very quick to show up. Impeachment ya Gachagua, it had a full house in parliament because hiyo Ruto amesema they are a rubber stamp, and that thing we should not allow. We should not accept that nonsense. So kama tunaenda kwa street, please tuende na tuende tukiwa wengi, because the next thing sasa Ruto will capture the judiciary. Juzi mumona vizuri sana, all the judges Uhuru rejected last time akiwa president, Ruto amewarudisha. What do you think is the next step after that? He's going to capture the Supreme Court. So when he does something illegal, you go to court, you win the case, he appeals. It goes to Supreme Court, watu ni wake, all the judges. Yeye ndo amewaeka hapo. They say Ruto is correct. There is no appeal higher than Supreme Court. You will be bullied. Your freedoms will be sold to India. And there's nothing you can do about it, because when you go to court, he has already bought the court. That's the next step. This guy is making moves as we are chilling in the house. Jamaa atatumaliza. Anyway, ni hayo kwa sasa.
Yeah, sure. Honestly, huyu jamaa na make steps zingine. Yani like anatuweka kwa hii situation kama saa hizi venye tuko kwa hii situation yenye tunadiscuss hizi ya Adani deal. Anatuacha hapa, then he goes somewhere else to create another problem. So he expects us tumalizane na hii, we go fight what he has created. The moment we move to that problem, trying to have solutions, he goes again to bring another problem. Like these guys, he creates problems every now and then. Yeah, na venye nilikuwa nawaambia tu, you remember on 25th when we went to the streets, ama venye tumekuwa tunaenda streets, because it's not only 25th, we have been on the streets ever since huko nyuma kabisa, and we are having that economic crisis. Ndio maana tukiendapo tukaanza kushout reject finance bill. So this guy, instead of coming up with solutions on the economic crisis, he wants to solve that economic problem politically. And that's why unapata alileta leaders from opposition whom he believed that hao ndio wako na power to nini, to oppose what he's doing, so akawashika kwanza. That's a political solution. So he knew that sisi wase tunapiga hapa kelele tu, we do whatever we are doing on these spaces, we have no power to do anything, so he can dictate over us. And so mimi penye niko, I wish you guys knew exactly how you people are powerful. You are more powerful than that president you believe in. You are more powerful than that nini village elder mwenye unajua hapo kwenu. You are more powerful than that member of parliament mwenye unajua, than that governor, senator, women rep, au wote MCAs, any person unaweza mhesabu mwenye unajua he's a leader hapo. You are more powerful because without your vote hao watu hawezi kuwa mahali wako. And so because we are so much powerful, the guy believes that when he creates so many problems and now he starts solving one by one, it means that by the time tuna reach to the final problem, he would have done exactly what he wants to do, na he would have achieved what he wants to do. And so huyu jamaa sahizi we are talking about Adani deal. Kuna deal ingine tu inafanyika huko chini ya moja hatujaijua, kuna mtu atakuja tu aitoe, yeah, whistleblower tu mmoja hapo akuja ongea about that issue. So we shift our focus even from now Adani deal, tuende tuanze kuongelea hiyo issue. And so hivyo ndo Ruto hucheza games zake, and I call that guy a genius because he knows how to play with the citizens psychologically. So guys, what do we need to do? That's the question. Nini tunafaa kufanya honestly? Nilikuwa hapa na human anajiita Kenya Uprising. Jambo, uko fiti?
Niko poa. I want to remind Kenyans of their strength. Tafadhali, within is it a week? There is an email that was for public participation. Hata imefungwa. Is there anything that we can rally behind like that for Adani? Is my question. But please remember your power, Kenyans.
Human, hivyo tu ndo umemaliza. So what we need to do is on 11th.
Acha nimalize hapa.
On
11th
11th,
kuna nini?
on 11th November.
Catch people up.
On 11th November, we have the lawyers who had petitioned against this Adani deal. They'll be on the floor of the not Supreme Court, but the High Court, hapo Milimani Law Courts, and so they also need our support. So on 11th, as the lawyers will be challenging over this issue, pia sisi we need to be outside that Milimani Law Courts, chanting reject Adani deal, beba placard zako, beba your flag. I think that's exactly what we need to do, because this guy, the only language they listen to is what Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution provides to us. I think ni hivyo tu ndo maana tuko hapa. So human, unaweza malizia, then we go to Gitahi.
So on 11, can I call it 11-11? 11-11?
Yeah, sure.
11-11, nane, kumi, saba zote tutafanya. We will keep pushing. So we are carrying our flags, and there is also online power. Online power. Keep the hashtags alive, which is it Stop Adani, Reject Adani, reject Adani online. Just do something. Do something. It is working. Do something.
Okay, thank you so much. So guys, you say that unaweza tumia reject Adani ama stop Adani, but pia ni vizuri kama unaweza tumia zote. Let us go to Pauline Gitahi. Jambo Pauline. Gitahi, I don't know if you are ready for the conversation.
Hello, it's me.
Yeah, sure, it's you.
Okay. For me, I just want to give you a word of hope. You people, you are doing good work. I'm more concerned about the youth. If you see today, Ruto has started recruiting the youth in this camp. The universities, we need really to counter this. We need to have a lot of civic education. As much as we are doing in the villages, I think we need to go back to the universities because he knows very well it is the youth who will make the decisions in case of anything. So I think we are getting we are losing our youth because of 1,000. Yes, some are really following because of money, but I think we need to go back to the universities. Let's divide ourselves. Those who are able to do civic education, we need to bring because he has bought all the university readers. And I think this is something that we need really to refocus again. All the university readers, student readers have been bought. So we need to re-strategize. So there's someone who talked about SHA and SHIF. And for me also, it's a very important thing that we really need. It is resonating to everyone. But I think the best people who can help us drive this is the medical interns. You know, now they have deserted work. And I think these are the people we need to put them on the forefront so that when they go to the MOH, we can join them with the Ministry of Health. We can organize a very big demonstration for all the medical interns and the SHA. I think this one can work very well because we really need to have an anchor. An anchor for SHA should be the medical interns. So for me, those are the things that are very important. Let's not also forget that you see the new university model and the HELB. It is just people are suffering because the student readers have been bought. We need now also to bring the anger in the universities so that even when we want to do a demonstration, because for now, remember the biggest number who can support demonstrations are the students, especially in Nairobi. You remember when the 25th, it was also very successful because the universities were there. So for me, those are the things that I think we need. As much as we are going through the courts, we also need to show Ruto that we are still there. We are still surviving. We are still having anger. So for me, I think let's not only focus on one thing. We need to divide ourselves. I was in another group, and I feel that we need also to join hands so that we have different axes. There is an axe that is doing civic education. There is another group that is also going to the universities, at least also to bring back the people. We also have another group that is representing us in the courts. We also have people also doing other investigation, also for us to know who is these abducting people, so that also we arm ourselves very well. And even us who are not in Kenya, we continue supporting you, whatever you are doing remotely. But I think I want really to say that you guys are doing very well. You are doing very well. And even as wherever we are mobilizing people. We are mobilizing even at home. we are having those WhatsApp groups. We are telling them that things are not okay. But please, let's reclaim back the youth, because this is what UDA is doing. It's really spending a lot of money to buy the youth. If you look at, I don't know, they have which chapters. Can we neutralize them now? I think this is a very big focus, because once we let them go, we will have a lot of divisions when we want to remove him. So for me is keep on, and remember also there is a upcoming, I think, demonstration about agricultural bill. Please, let's also join those farmers if there will be a demonstration, so that at least everyone knows that we are still alive. It's not just keeping quiet and going to the courts. No, 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 no. For me, those are the things that I feel. And some of us are always on these X, especially trying to really fight back. I remember every time there is someone fighting KOT, I'm always there. So remember, we are also neutralizing all those who want to derail the movement. So feel that there are people who are silent, and they are still really working very hard to ensure that we neutralize also those people who come to derail. Remember, those who are derailing us are people who don't believe in the movement. Remember, there are still people, we even I know even some here who are just there because they are still doubting. Can we start believing in ourselves? I really want you to have hope. Believe in yourself. Believe we have made a lot of progress. Me, I'm not a Gen C. I'm a mother of a Gen C. And I tell her every day, you have really to change. Whatever for me, I believe in change. Change is very hard. But remember, we have to drain the swamp. So feel that we have to drain the swamp. It doesn't matter how long it will take. It can be tomorrow, but let's not look back. Let's not fight within ourselves. If you find there are people who are fighting, just leave and we continue going for this journey. For me, I really appreciate and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Gitahi. And you guys who have been supporting us. Honestly, you've been giving us hope towards what we are fighting for. So don't stop supporting us emotionally, financially, psychologically, because that's what we need. Hii fight tuko nayo hapa, honestly, at times you can just sit down and read the comments that people are responding on your post or on your activities, and at times you might even want to lose hope, but because you believe in what you're doing, you just have to keep going. So sisi kama the young people, I'm a Gen Z. I've heard that you have a Gen Z daughter. Encourage her. Yeah, she should be joining some of us, because the fight is not for only a few of us. It's for each and every person, and especially the young people, because sisi ndio tuko na nguvu saa hizi. We are the people who can shout, we are the people who can chant, and we are the people who can come up with the solutions, be it political solutions, economical solutions, the revolution solutions. I believe that we the young people, ni sisi bado ndio tuko na hiyo power. So any young people who is on this space, remember that this ball is in your court, and whatever you choose to do with that ball, it's up to you. It's either you are creating a future for other generations that are coming after us, or you are destroying that future for them. So ensure you are on the winning side, or on the people's side, so that we can reclaim our sovereignty, we can reclaim our power, and we can exercise our constitution. So wacha ni mwana Kenyans amekuwa hapa, we'll have him, then we go to Frederick. Others you can continue requesting the microphone, then I'll approve it. Kenyans, jambo.
Salama sana shetu, uko vipi?
Niko poa sana bana. Can hear you.
A long time. Me mali
Hello.
must government teacher, I don't know.
Can you move close to your microphone or to your device kindly?
Am I clear right now?
Ama kama you are using your earphones, you can just unplug them, please.
Nipatie time basi. Patia mse mwingine kiasi.
Okay, sawa. Let us have Frederick. Freddy, vipi?
Yeah, hello guys. Yangu it is based on unity. Like we should just be united because this movement it is for our own, and yet the nation of Kenya needs us more than those hypocrites. It is our time to fight those hypocrites because the change is here. We cannot allow those hypocrites to say that they can make the decision. They can make decision for us. It is our time for us to make the decision, and the entire nation should notice that we are changing this nation. It is not just for our own benefit. It is for the benefit of our country, and is the benefit for the generations to come, because we need to make this country great. Without our support, this nation will humiliate even our future. They will always even humiliate the future generation that will be coming here. We just need to wake up. We just need to encourage one another. We just need to support one another so that we can move forward together. We should not let anyone behind. Let's go together as a movement. That's all for today.
Okay. Thank you so much. Hiyo story na unity is paramount actually. So being united as one people who are fighting for the same cause, I think is an added advantage. But if you're having any person who joins the movement and they want to prioritize the movement, they want to take it like their own initiative, mimi sidhani kama hapo tutakubaliana, because we need to work together. Come with your ideas, I come with my ideas, someone else also come with the ideas. Then if we put these ideas together, then we are going to deliver exactly what the people want. And so hiyo unity mimi nimekuwa nalia kila time bana. I've been joining people who have been doing great on these places, but I end up being disappointed. Some of them betraying me, and so mimi sijui how we are going to ensure that unity tunaipata venye tunataka. But if a person comes with their own priorities, they don't want to listen to people, they want to make their own decision. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi imefanya I've been moving from here and there, like I've been moving from places, joining this group, joining other group. At the end unapata we are not moving on the same direction because our ideas, our agendas, they are so different. So guys, mimi ningeomba tu wale wase, you are coming up as leaders, like you are presenting yourselves probably as leaders, just lead people the way they want to be led. Don't come up with your own ideas, the decisions, like you make your own decisions, and then at the end maybe you create some problems and try to solve them for sympathy here and there. Mimi, I don't believe in that. Kama kuna issue, let us sit down, we talk about the issue, and then we forge forward, because hii revolution we are moving in a marathon way. Hatuko in sprints. Kama ni marathon, then let us collect each and every person who believes in what we are fighting for, to ensure that we put them in a single basket, tumove wote pamoja. But if you are going to cry for unity and other people coming up with their own ideas, their own agendas that exactly do not resonate with the people, hapo ndo mi udifa na watu. So ni hivyo, wacha. I can't see any other person who has requested, but I can see Rayo. I don't know who he is, but he can come and submit. But you guys, I can see we have a lot of lawyers on this platform. What do you guys need on 11th? Because najua on 11th we are having that case being heard at the High Court, wale Milimani Law Courts. What do you need? How can we be of help? Because wengine wetu we cannot stand before the court and argue on the issues. You guys mnataka tuwasaidie aje? Because
Unanisikia?
ni nani, ni Raya?
Yeah, it's me Ryan.
Okay,
Okay,
sawa.
mi sijulikani sana but I got some few points to say. Kitu ya kwanza ni unity. Umeguzia unity sana. And kuna hii situation tunajipata like for X. Nyinyi big fish wa X. Kazi ni kuingililiana tu. Tukianza the movement tulikuwa wase wengi like those big fish walikuwa na mobilize watu. But sijui for personal reasons ama sijui for your own reasons zenye mnajua mkaanza kupingana. So please KUT ukifanya hiyo civic education, hebu jaribu kukusanya ama big fish at least tuone kama tunaweza unite tena. Cause as for now hii vita si eti ni vita kidogo. Cause tunasema Adani aende, tunabakisha shift, tunabakisha sijui ni funding model. So right now mi naona the only solution ni Ruto must go. And kusema Ruto must go ni kusema tunahitaji more power. Na hiyo itatoka wapi kama hakuna mobilization yenye tulikuwa nayo from the beginning? So hiyo ndo ilikuwa issue yangu. Wewe jueni vile mtarudiana tu na wao wase vile au the big fish wa X vile wanaweza mobilize watu as mnajaribu civic education from the ground. Juu sasa kila msi ashachoka. Unaenda payslip sijui inakaaje, umekatwa tax sijui umekatwa nini hadi vitu zingine huelewi na ni vitu illegal si eti. Yeah, so just unite tu hivyo tu. Thank you.
Okay. Sawa Raya. But mimi jamaa hapa mimi sitaki kuwaficha. Mimi sitaki kuwaficha honestly on this platform. But we have people who believes like they cannot be advised or they cannot be told what to do. Na hiyo ndo kitu mimi nafanya, unapata at times nabaki peke yangu. Because kwanzia huko zamani there is a group on this platform in the form. And had any person you can think of who believes that there are big wigs on this platform and they can mobilize. Nilike that platform nikaweka hapo na we had discussions zenye tunge move nazo forward to ensure that we are mobilizing or we are influencing people who follow us. But then after some times mi nikapata watu wame left tu almost wote, and I believed there are some people who has that ego. Mi sijui hiyo ego inatoka wapi, but kuna mtu mwenye probably ukiplan kitu they feel like they should be the one who have planned for that, so they cannot support you for that matter. But you guys honestly, mimi sitaki kubrag hapa, nataka tu niwaambie ukweli. Mimi have been supporting each and every person who has been rising on these platforms. Nimekuwa na support honestly. Raya, na mic yako bado iko open. Nimekuwa na support. At times naweza acha vitu zangu zenye nafanya to go and join them. We ensure that we are moving together. But what are the results? The results na come out negatively. So pia nyinyi wenye mko kwa hii platform, You have that responsibility to talk to such people, mwambie mnafaa kushikana na mtu A, B, C, D so that we can move together as a team. But kama kuna mtu mwenye anataka kujionyesha he or she is more superior than other people, unapata it becomes so difficult wewe kurally behind them, because now kuelewana itakuwa ngumu, making decisions it becomes so hard, like executing the plans it becomes so hard. Yeah, so unapata pia hata emotional nini, like emotional intelligence, trying to talk to them, bana, don't post this, don't say about this, just do this, this and this. They feel like you want to take up their positions, inakuwa so hard at times. But now because sisi wote hapa we believe in the same cause, ni vizuri if we approached those people you can think of, especially social media influencers, because hao ndio wanajipresent kama leaders at times. We talk to them, we put aside our differences, tukuje pamoja, and then we forge forward, because kama hatuwezi put aside our differences, then it will become so hard kukuwa na ile unity. Lakini kama mtu anaweza eka interest zake kando, aeke ego yake kando, and then we do probably a meeting or a single space on this platform, we ensure that our supporters are rallying behind us, then expect for a big surprise kuliko ile ya even 25th. Lakini sasa kila mtu mmoja anasema twende Kisumu, mwingine anasema twende Nairobi, mwingine anasema hapana, Nairobi na Kisumu is not safe, acha twende Migori. You see, I hope you guys understand me. Ina become so difficult even to convince people who believe in us, convince people who support the movement. Like now people become so much confused, but sisi wenyewe kama tunaweza jitokeza, we say no, let us move unanimously pamoja. Kama tumesema tunataka kwenda pale Milimani Law Courts on 11th, then it means kila mtu acha activities zake. Hata kama wewe ni musician, wewe ni comedian and you have that on that day you have something on the stage to present to people, tuachane nazo. Let us come out in large numbers and converge at a single place. Unapata that one will work, but kila mtu akitaka kuvuruta on their side, it becomes so difficult guys. Mimi sijui kama mnanielewa, but hivyo ndo mimi naona. So ladies, you can request the microphone. I've seen a lot of ladies here and other guys, just request, then we can have a discussion tukiendelea. Probably in the next 1 hour we should be winding up this space, because kitu mimi nilikuwa nataka tukuwajulisha ni kwamba on 11th November we need to join our lawyers pale Milimani Law Courts on the reject Adani deal issue. Yes. Human, are you still there?
Yes, I am very much here. And I want to remind people, you remember that phrase of Nabii hakubaliki nyumbani kwake? You don't expect to be in the movement and everything is happy go lucky. Nah, people are going to be opposing you. There was people wenye walikuanga against Mau Mau. There is a guy, kuna watu wenye wanaamini the wakoloni kuliko there is wakoloni worshippers, and hivyo ndo kuko. Wewe tu make sure you do something. Just do something. Just send an email. When you say send an email, just do something. Do something. Nabii hakubaliki nyumbani kwake. It is going to happen. It has always happened. But we are very strong. We are very strong. And if you ever feel discouraged, ebu underground usikie siku hizi vile hawata vote because of ukabila. Know the impact you're doing. Know the impact you're doing, wase. Keep the online conversation alive. The ground will give you a lot of keep the online conversation alive. Nabii hakubaliki nyumbani kwake. Keep it alive.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, human. Sijui mbona wajiita human because sisi wote hapa we are humans. So if you will kindly consider having a different name, itakuwa sawa sana, but kama we just stick to that PM, there's no issue over that. But I can see my good friends like Josephine are on this platform. Kina Wanjira, just request the microphone. I'll approve your microphone, then we can move forward. But guys, on 11th, just want to remind you that we need to rally behind our lawyers. So kama kuna any graphic designers on this platform, kindly reach out to me. Nilitafuta graphic designers jana nikapost hapa, lakini hao jamaa wame disappoint kidogo because wananiambia bana unatulipa. Mimi nikamwambia mimi siwalipi. Hii kazi tunafanya tu collectively because kila mtu anakuja na nguvu yake mali anajiwezea. Wakakataa kuniundia hizo posters na hizo placards zenye ilikuwa ni post leo. So kama we ni graphic designer uko hii platform and you can help us kindly, it's just a request, because mimi honestly mimi sina doya kulipa mtu, mimi sina anything, but if we work together, united people, then we can do exactly what we want to do to ensure that we reclaim our country back. Lakini ukikuja na ile mentality ya nikiunda poster bana inafaa nilipe, sasa mimi nitatoa wapi pesa bana? Mimi sijui mahali nitatoa, sijui mahali nitatoa, but kama wewe ni graphic designer hapa, my WhatsApp is always open, na kwanga online every now and then. My WhatsApp number iko hapo kwa timeline yangu kwa profile, just click that link and then you can text me tuone kama tunaweza saidiana on creating some posters over this reject Adani deal issue. Otherwise, let me have Vincent Valdano as we keep the conversation going. Jambo Vincent. Vincent?
Yes, KOT. Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is getting me very well and clear. Mnanipata vizuri? Keoti, if you can respond to that.
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, bro.
Thank you so much. Actually, I just came in some few minutes ago, and I got to hear some of the points that Humano was talking about, and I'm grateful that at least watu tunajua mahali tunaenda. I'm very much proud of this guy mwenye anajiita KOT. KOT, big up sana. May God give you more grace kabisa to enlighten the youth about what is happening on the political issues. Some of them tulikuwa na KOT leo tukienda KICC. Only to our surprise, there are only few people and individuals who are present there. I think itakuwa poa
It
sana
was
when some of these activities come.
3,000 people.
Pardon?
It was about 3,000 people that showed up to KICC.
Hawakufika. Nani anawadanganya kulikuwa 3,000 people? Mimi nilikuwa hapo. Hey, wacha
Hata
niwaambie
We were there.
ukweli.
We
nilikuwa
were there.
hapo.
Wacha tu niwaambie ukweli.
We were there personally.
Hiyo room hata ilikuwa inafika watu 500. Honestly, watu walikuwa wachache sana.
Kuna hatukufika
Kuna
the
other
same
guys,
time.
kuna other people who are coming to apply for jobs. I think ukigeneralize na hao ndio tunaweza fika 3,000. But you guys are
Oh
not
yeah,
showing
there
up
was
whenever
the
you are called
interview
upon.
people. What
Kwa hiyo room
interviews were there?
tulikuwa watu wachache, unaweza
And so
wahesabu honestly. Ainge ati 3 wow, no, even not 250.
hii conversation ilikuwa yangu. What's up guys?
Umewasha
Okay.
moto.
Thank you so much for thank you so much for the argument, and I think hii argument itakuwa na positivity. And guys, so what I was saying ni wakati tulifika pale, we got to see what was happening there. We met some guys wenye walikuwa wameenda kufanya interview. I think ni interview kama sijakosea, and kuingia kwa ile hall yenye ilikuwa specifically for the activity or the memorandum taking place. Kwa hiyo hall ilikuwa ni less than 300 people who are there. Sidhani hata kama walikuwa wanafika 300, but hiyo ni roughly estimation too. So we got in there and we tried to raise our hands and also write our names so that tunaweza fikiwa, we give our opinions, but everything failed. So guys, kukitokea na kitu kama ile ya public participation, kindly let us show up. Let us go there and show our interest on also giving points on matters that are arising in back in our communities, na pia kwa story ya politics na governance. You see, wakati wanaona youths wanatokea, wanakuwa ashamed, na some of them will also be encouraged, because unaona mtu kama Okia Mtata alikuwa pale. We youths, we did not turn up in a good number, because these people are fighting for our rights. But where are we to show them that we are supporting them? You see, our opinions will show what we are going to get, because the people whom are being represented, watu kama sisi mayouth, sisi ndio tutabenefit. Na tutabenefit in which way? If we turn up, if we show up. So history ya kugawanyika ati kwa sababu mtu mmoja amekuja mtu, for example, mtu kama let me just use KOT because I think amekuwa influential kwa hii space sana. Mtu fulani amekuja kama KOT, amerise. He's showing us, some of us, direction where we are heading, or what we are supposed to do, or even enlightening us on things or matters zenye zinaendelea kwa ground, kwa activities kama zile za memorandum zenye zilikuwa zina happen leo. So guys, in any activity, let us show up in good numbers to show that we are supporting each other. Another thing is history ya Adani, Chief and Shah. introduction of taxes on each and every opportunity that comes up. Unaona inatuumiza sisi sana, especially sisi mayouth. Sisi mayouth ndio tuna make a huge percentage in the economy of this nation. Unaona maparents zetu time yao ya kuvote na ku take nini part in economic growth, unaona inaenda ikipungua. So we are the ones to show the direction, because generations and generations are coming. I hope that we shall keep hands together. Tarehe 11 mwezi wa 11, guys, lawyers, activists, and all those people are coming together. Let us show them that we are together with them. Let us not just fail. We don't need to fail at all, because sisi tukionyesha tunakaa nyumbani, we are just keyboard warriors on when it reaches to some important issues. Other people will not get out and help us on to get these matters on its important space. So thank you so much. I hope we shall continue with the important matters that we are concerned with. Asante sana Kioti.
Okay, thank you so much, Vincent, and of course I do appreciate you for showing up on that event today for public participation. Lakini I hope unaelewa bana, tulikuwa so much disappointed because those guys hawakutupatia chance bana. Mimi I was there crying.
Sana walijua kutakuwa kubaya.
Yeah, me I was there crying like I'm a young person bana. I believe like in this hall me probably ni watu kama watatu hivi ni tunaweza kuwa age mates. Mbona mnipatii hiyo chance? But they never did that. Otherwise, let us have Wanjira, our lawyer, on this platform to share with us. Wanjira, jambo.
Hey, good evening, KFT. How are you?
I'm fine. Welcome on the space.
Auntie, now, I don't know what to start or what to address, but I want to talk about actually the public participation for today, because if you ask me, I think it was a joke. And this is why I say that. I was there from 9 in the morning. You know that said be there at 9. Okay, we were there at 9. So the session began at maybe 9:15. No problem. And I remember right off the bat, the chair of the JLAC committee had said he's gonna give people 3 minutes. And for those that were there, like from the onset, they know that there was a back and forth between people and the chair, and they were saying 3 minutes is not enough. And then we reached a bargain. They were given 5 minutes, and then people were given an opportunity. And one of the very initial concerns that was raised is whether the JLAC committee is going to take the people's feedback seriously. And that's the point at which the chair said that they had received over 200,000 emails from Kenyans. And by the time I was leaving, which was midday, he said that they have so far received another 40,000 to make by midday a total of 240,000 emails. That is all well and good. I want to report here, because this is a fact, that Senator Cherargei came almost at 10:15. The man walked in chewing. He's being given dignitary treatment, but he's not giving us dignitary treatment. He had no courtesy whatsoever. This is your bill that people came to talk about, and you have the audacity to be late. That really pissed me off. And I remember telling, I don't know how many of you know Sheikh. I was telling Sheikh that this is the apex of nonsense in this country. That you can afford to table the most inconvenient, unnecessary, useless, backward bill, and then come late. Citizens came here an hour before you. Others were there at 8:30. In fact, Sheikh and another cohort of Muslim leaders were there at 8. So Senator Cherargei has the audacity to come 2 hours after citizens came. If that is not a slap in the face, I do not know what is. And then after the first group of speakers spoke, so that was about I want to say maybe 8 or 9 people spoke, and everybody except one person was in opposition to the term limits. I remember the chair restricting the conversation, and he said that he does not want people to dwell on the issue of term limits. Now, that did not sit very well with me, because you cannot tell people that, I want you to dwell on other aspects of the bill, whereas the most inflammatory and the most painful part of this bill is the part about term limits. In fact, the reason people came today is to voice their opinions, not about county allocations, not about whether Senate and National Assembly should sit together to pass a motion for a state of emergency. None of that. People came to express their disgust about term limits. So when the first set of speakers have spoken and now you want to gag everyone else that comes, it is as if you're not ready to have this conversation. It is as if you want to bury your head in the sand to the displeasure that citizens are feeling as far as term limits are concerned. And then from there, I think I was in the second cohort, and it felt to me like we've been given 5 minutes, but the way they are timing it, the minute you blink, it has already been 5 minutes. I do not understand. And then that's when I left, and I think KOT came after me, and he's telling me that they did not have a chance to express themselves. So you are telling me that the most hopeless, self-serving, what other word? I lack the words. The most self-serving bill in the history of this constitution, because even the BBI did not purport to change term limits for the president. So the most inflammatory amendment to the Constitution of Kenya was given a total of, between 9 and, I want to guess, maybe KOT, what time did you guys leave?
We left at around 1:30.
So peak nonsense. So you're telling me that you gave people a total of 4.5 hours. It's not even 4.5, it's 4 hours and 15 minutes. A total of 4 hours and 15 minutes for them to discuss the most inflammatory bill in the history of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. And you want to call that adequate public participation. I think not. I think that is a joke. I think they're taking it as part of, just yet another responsibility we have to mark off our checklist, and so that we're going to convince the republic that we did it. I think, and I was telling KOT this, and we agreed on this, that this bill should have been given even a week. Be here every day of the week. Let the Kenyans that are coming tell you what they actually think. And then now to hear that, after I'd left, Senator Cherargei had the audacity to tell people that over 80% of Kenyans agree with this bill. So it tells me that this exercise was an academic exercise. It was an exercise in futility, because these people are going to do whatever the hell they want, because there's not except I think it was Bunge la Wananchi that said that they agree with limits and that to give members of parliament and other chosen servants to have more time so that they can get more work done. Other than that one group, I'm not sure whether KOT there was any other group that was in agreement with extending term limits. KOT, was there anyone in your cohort that was in agreement with extending term limits?
Oh no, actually, there's nobody who was in that agreement, and I was so surprised when Cherargei was given that chance, and he comes to the floor and tells us that almost 80% of people that have done public participation are in agreement. Just because I was probably fearing for probably being taken to KICC police station down there, being on a Friday, but I was like, I don't know what I could have done to that guy, because you just come on the floor and to lie to the people of this nation. Honestly, like these members of parliament, these senators, what do they carry us for? So that person, mimi, wacha tu niachie hapo. Wanjira, just proceed.
Yes, Wanjira, since I've gotten a chance to speak to someone that was there, did we have a good, a proper direction? Did we have a good strategy vile tuli handle streets leo? Because there was this part of being sent, go to the next gate, go to the next gate. We don't have a location strategy. We don't have a timing strategy. What do you think about that?
Oh, sorry. Okay. So I don't know. I didn't know that people were being moved from gate to gate. Because I sort of entered through the back door, to be honest. I know when I went to Senate and then they told me that I have to go around. And then I saw a bunch of guys that were they were erecting some tents and I saw them cut through KICC. And so I decided to cut through them. But I didn't know that people were being sent gate to gate. So I don't know whether that was deliberate so that less people can have the opportunity to come or to hear from less people, or I don't know, maybe that was a deliberate tactic.
It
And
was
then the
very,
last minute
very
change of venue.
deliberate.
Because I remember also someone said that the change of venue was very last minute, and they drew a parallel with what happened with the public participation in Gashagua's matter when out of nowhere the venue was changed from KICC to Bomas. Well, people had already even reported to KICC. And today people came to Senate, which was I know it looks like it's right across the street, but I'll tell you why it is an inconvenient venue, because there was several people that are living with disabilities that were complaining severely that they were unable to access their premises with ease. There was also people that are visually impaired that were having such a difficult time maybe finding seating, and the documentation that we were given to fill does not have facilitation for braille. Other people that are challenged in different other ways did not have like a sign language interpreter. They did not have. So all of these are challenges that were there today in the public participation exercise, which tells you that it was not accommodative for all the citizens that were there. In any event, I want you to think about it this way. 240,000 are the number of emails that were received by the JLAC committee. This is a republic of more than 55 million people. So you tell me what fraction that is. And then you tell me what mathematics Senator Cherargei is doing in his. I don't know whether KOT does not allow cursing in this space. Maybe I don't think he does.
This your
But
space. This your space. Do whatever you want to do with this space.
so I wanted to say, like in his fucked up mind, because like that's what retarded thinking is that 240,000 over divided by 55 million times 100, is that 80%? Uh, simple mathematics, is that 80%? So I just want to say that unfortunately today was just an academic exercise from where I sit. I don't think that anybody is going to take any documentation seriously. In fact, this is so much. I came home with my paper, the one they told us to fill. I came home with it because nobody asked to take it from me. So when you're telling us that people are actually going to read this documentation, but you don't bother to take it back from them after they've filled it, then what does that even tell you about this exercise altogether? Anyway, I do not want to lash out or to complain, but that is my view as far as the public participation today was concerned. It was very underwhelming. Not enough people were allowed to speak, not enough time was given to people to speak, and the chair purported to gag people on what issues they were going to address. So, yeah, not effective or adequate public participation at all. Thank you, KOT.
Okay, thank you so much, Wanjira, and I really respect you for turning out for that exercise. It means each and every person can also turn out whenever such exercise are being called upon to come and air out your issues. But if these guys, honestly, if they want us to air our issues on the streets, then we do it perfectly, because there is no way we can. Personally, I can come from kutoka huku Kenyatta University all the way to KICC, and then you deny me a chance to air out my issue. The only people you're giving the chance to air out their issues, sijui wanaongea vitu gani. Yeah, it's just like on this platform when we had Ruto here on this X platform, people were just moving like round the main issues. So when those people realize that you want to hit on the nail, they deny you that chance. Mimi sijui the people who went there as early as 9, akina Wanjera, if they were given that chance to speak out their issues. But honestly, when a person could bring out the issue concerning the term limit, they were being cut off. Hawakuwa wanapeana, they were not presenting their views, their ideas fully, because mimi nashangaa. So guys, hao watu mali wako, they feel like we the citizens of this nation cannot do anything, and that's why they even propose some stupidity like extension of the term limit from 5 years to 7 years, and they believe that such bills or such constitutional amendment bills will sail through because we don't say anything. But guys, honestly, you have more power than that president. You have a lot of power than that deputy president. You have a lot of power than that member of parliament, or even that Cheragay, the senator who is proposing that bills. So when we come out as a united nation, when we come out as a united people, then we are able to dictate over them, not them dictating over us. So guys, I wish you could just know how you people are powerful. Hao watu honestly, hata saizi wakiona like tumeungana watu kama 10, it becomes a threat on them. So let us take that advantage on our side. We put aside our differences, we get united, and then we can fight this cause together. And honestly, whatever will come out will be positive on our side. So hao jamaa wanatuogopa, na ndio maana unapata wangeona kijana mwenye jamea ndevu vizuri kama mimi, they cannot give you that chance because they know exactly what we are going to talk about. But if we came out in large numbers, hata tungesimama kwa that platform tuwambie, no, we want this chance, we want to speak about our issues. But because the young people didn't turn out, inakuwa kazi ngumu sana kwa a few of us who were there to just stand out and request, because at times we fear for our lives, we fear the police can do whatever they have to do to ensure that we get silenced. But kama tunakuja sisi wote kwa nguvu, kwa pamoja, then we don't have to fear. Let us rise up and speak what we have to speak. Otherwise, naona Josephine akawapa. Josephine, jambo. Mombasa kwema? Hey, Josephina.
Can I ask a question, please?
Let's give Josephine chance, then we can go to you, Songo.
Good evening, everyone. I want to greet all of you, fellow Kenyans, and what I feel like saying is that one, I think there was no also proper communication regarding there would be a public participation, because like me, what I knew what was there. There was supposed to be the Qatar people who wanted to go to Qatar. They were doing their interviews there. See, I don't know whether it's interviews or shortlisting, something like that, to do their applications. So that's what I knew, and I remember when somebody said there was a public participation taking place. I remember it was general, and I said I think what is in KICC is that only that we said let people go and confirm, and that's when KOT and the other gentleman they walked there. I think I don't know whether you walked or you just got a matter to that place. But exactly that's what happened. So what does that mean? Already there was not even a goodwill to allow the public to come there. And now KOT, you are there trying to seek recognition from a person who has not invited you. You've just forgotten that Murara was told he attended a podium and a congregation where he was not welcomed. What we need to know is that we need to use a different tactic, because whatever happened to Murara in Bomas of Kenya. I think if it were in another country, right now Kajwang and that lady, that shameless lady, let me say that, because it was so sad for a woman to shout at piga kabisa, piga. What's that from a mother? Honestly, and such people are supposed to be behind the bars, but they are still walking freely and working even in the parliament and in the Senate, try to still continue passing bills on our behalf. Fellow Kenyans, can I tell you something? Since when we entered into the parliament, we stopped upping a parliament. Yet, we have been so soft such that we are letting people whom we have already taken the power from them to continue making decisions on our behalf. And the president, because those are his puppets, he has just decided not to constitute an IBC body so that we do not recall these people. But you know what, guys? How I wish I get at least several people, so that I have talked in different groups in the morning and at around in the afternoon, and I'm again talking. I'm saying, you know, all the injustices that have been happening in this country since when this government took office. Some of us, we have actually proper information, but the only thing is that we are holding the information to ourselves or staying with it, not knowing what to do with it. If I can get somebody just to sum up for me how many court orders since the President Ruto became a president he has not adhered to after they have been dispatched by the court, I would really appreciate. How many times the members of the parliament or the CSS have been summoned by the court and failed to adhere? You'll have done a great thing to this nation. If I can have somebody to combine together all the clips of the controversial impeachment and the controversial appointment of the Kithure Kindiki as the deputy president, who has been actually certified by the IEBC within 40 minutes, an IBC which is not in existence, and he has been declared by KRA within the same 40 minutes, and held also within the 40 minutes, and eventually he has also taken the office without resigning in 6 months' term, and is still being considered as a genuine person, and we are here seated waiting. If I can get people to compile that, to help me compile that, the sooner I get these people to assist each other in those areas, the better, because that will be a new dawn for this nation. It's only that it's taking me longer time because I'm doing a lot of things at the same time. But kindly, fellow Kenyans, if you can avail yourself, if you can avail your services, don't ask to be paid. Who pays us to make noise here? I think we talk a lot of sense in these platforms and nobody pays us. Why do we do that? We do that because we are patriotics of this country. We carry this country by our hearts and our minds. And this country is part of us and we are part of this country. Despite that, we have so many Kenyans who just believe that others have to fight for them to enjoy the fruits. But if I want to tell you one thing. If you realize that you are remembered as a counter when there is a blackout, thank God, because you are used very well to actually to shed light when it need be. Can we volunteer ourselves just to do that? Because I know there are so many people who are very well knowledgeable with the digital eras and how to prepare these documents and join up them together. Like now when I'm asking that, I know I can get somebody who can even hold all the counties together, and whatever the feedback was given in the referendum here, Gachagua, we can get every count what they said in just one clip when it's showing that county fulani Mombasa tulisema hivi, Nairobi walisema hivi, Kakamega walisema hivi, Makueni walisema hivi, Busia walisema hivi. And those are the things we need to save our country and to unyoke ourselves from the yoke which is actually seated on our necks. Don't think that because you do not know how to go to do what to do with it, with the information, that makes you become useless. Actually, once you know about the information, once you give the information, you have actually played a very vital role to save our country and to spare ourselves from these pleadings. Kushinda tukienda tukiplead tukisema mnajua mtaka mpaka mkubali tuandamane, mnajua you have to, we have all the power, but now wherever we are ending is in a situation whereby we will not be able actually to articulate that power, because these guys are just amending the constitution one clause after the other, slowly, and by the time we discover everything has been changed. And when we are saying chapter 1 says that, and they're asking you chapter 1 of chapter 1 of which constitution, because it has been amended, and for that reason with the amendment, it has said that anybody who says they have the power, they need to be in prison for 1 year or 1 month or 3 months. That's exactly where we are headed. So the earlier we wake up, the earlier we compose ourselves and accept to do what you can, so that we help each other and everybody contribute, so that we can save our country, the better for us, fellow Kenyans. It's my humble request. I know there are people here who are very much conversant about what has transpired between the Chief SHA and the NHIF. We need that information properly. We need the documentaries. Actually, I went to the NHIF and I discovered they have never received any formal communication. Any communication that they get it from the social media. And that's not how government infrastructures and government implementations and administrative issues are handled. Anything governmental is supposed to be documented. So I'm still asking myself, how did my data get transited to SHA without my consent and without any written communication to show that there was a request for that? Don't you think that's an abuse of our rights and also confidentiality being breached? All these things are affecting us. And let me tell you, don't smile because it's happening to your enemy or a person you think that they deserve it. You should be crying because tomorrow, after huyu akimaliziwa, kesho ni wewe. So that's why I always say, when the worst gets to the worst, I always even fight for my enemy. Because if I fight for my enemy, at least tomorrow akiona nikipigwa, atasimama atasema ya kwamba Josephine was there for us yesterday. Despite that she's our enemy, she was there for us. You should not actually accept any injustice taking place in the country right now to continue, and you keep quiet in the name of I don't care. You should care. If you care about your nation, if you care about democracy, you should care even when injustice is done to your enemy. Fellow Kenyans, I know majority are a little bit young and that doesn't make sense. But the earlier it makes sense to you, the better. I can assure you the best thing we'll do to ourselves is coming together and acknowledging each other and appreciating the strength of one another and respecting each other for who they are, and now forget about the enemies that we see who are being mistreated and take it like it's a fellow Kenyan, is my brother, is my sister who is suffering. I remember today I was telling somebody in church today in the evening, and I was telling them, you know what? Personally, anybody injustice is happening to them in this country, that person, I just stand out and fight for them, because I have to protect them because of one thing. After them, it is coming to me. I never know when it will be catching up with me. So the earlier we stop this, the better, fellow Kenyans. So kindly, if you can, you think there is something, you are good at anything that you can combine together and share with us so that we use it for the purpose which is intended to be used for, kindly just DM me so that we help each other and come up with something constructive for this country. We save our nation within the shortest time possible, and we stop this issue of being told that we are going to be abducted when we go to the streets. We stop this issue of being told these are protected zone, and all that stuff, we are going to bring it to an end once and for all, and we'll have freedom in our country. Thank you so much, and may God bless us. May God bless our country. May God bless Kenya. May God bless all of us who are coming out to air their views and share their wisdom with us. And also those who also avail the platforms, take their time to avail the platforms so that people can hear their views. May God bless you abundantly. Because whatever you are doing, nobody can pay you. Only God can pay you. Because when you speak, you are speaking on behalf of God for the sake of his people. Kuna mtu ambaye hana hiyo sauti kama ya kwangu ya kupiga kelele na angependa lakini hawezi. So once we have the voice for the voiceless, we need to use it properly because our voice is the voice of God. And always remember, your voice is the voice of God. Thank you so much, and may God bless us.
Asante. Coyote, are you there? I'm on the song. Good evening, everyone. My name is DK Gift. I'm going to be here with Coyote for at least an hour or so. Thank you for anyone who had already requested. There was a few people on the speaker panel. I think they dropped off. If you'd like to come back, please just come back. We'll give you a chance to talk. And before I go, I actually want to talk to Onsongo. Onsongo sounded like he had a question, and then we'll go on. Des, good evening.
Yes, my name is Dennis Onsongo. Thank you for the conversation. It's very enriching, and especially the guys who are coming in. I really feel your frustration. So my question was for the bill, the bill to increase the terms of the elected leaders, for it to be enacted into a law. Do we need to do a referendum, or is just first and second reading and then that is it?
I stand corrected. I really wish Joe was up here. Maybe QT does have a better answer as well. I think this one is one of them that would need a referendum, but I stand corrected by anyone who believes differently. But I think this one, besides the first and second reading and the passing in the National Assembly, this is one of those that would actually need a referendum to go on. Redemptor, I see you there. I don't know if Redemptor you know about this, and Josephine, you guys can give me 100 if you do agree. Yeah, I see Wanjera here. Am I right, Josephine?
Yeah, sure. We must have a referendum.
Oh,
And the purpose of us voting it right today and yesterday, when we were voting online, it was to stop it so that we do not use public fund in funding it to go to the machinani to have a public participation. That was
okay.
the key thing that we were struggling so much to ensure that let people vote for it, say no, so that they don't go to the Senate and say that it has been approved, so that they again waste our funds. Actually, we were trying to cut them down so that they know we are not interested in it. Even if it comes to the public participation, it will not take place. And that's why we were voting for it no, so that they know that we are not interested, so that it's not subjected to a public participation. So it should just end there. Thank you.
All right. So our pushing as we were pushing right now was to try and kill it long before it even lasts for too long, goes too far, or anything of the sort. We are just trying to show them right from the word go. We are not interested with this. We don't want it to go any further. Okay. Des, did that answer you?
Yeah, that one has answered me very well, and
Okay.
I am of the feeling that whoever is doing that, Cherengat, Cherengat is Ruto's mouthpiece. If most of you don't know, probably the president is trying to test the depth of the water in the country, like how are the emotions, you know, and if we are going to slumber, probably there's something they want to do, you know. It might not be the term limit, it might be the mutilation of the whole constitution. So my brief Our request is let us stand firm. Kenya is home, and home must be respected. And if it means some of us putting our life on the lines, then let's do it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Des. You know, you prompted me to want to say, I've been trying to be a champion. The last few days that I've jumped on, I've been on very few spaces over the past few days, and the ones that I've been on, one thing I've been trying to champion about a bit more right now is that we need to really also operate from a place of, besides the top-notch level of communication that we can give each other. Say, for example, we need to reject this bill. This is a bill extending limits. And just from that general basis is a communication that tells me this bill is not for me and so I should reject it. We also need to move some of these conversations to an even, and I'm not saying we haven't, but we need to hammer it a bit more to take it to even a secondary, what I'd call a secondary level, which is breaking it down just a bit, of course, in the simplest way and in the shortest way. So, take for example, if it's like this particular bill, and I really hope I'm able to get on Jira for 2 more minutes or 3 more minutes so I can pose this question to her. Take, for example, like this bill, just letting people know in the shortest way what exactly what are the intended steps on a hypothetical basis that this bill was to go ahead and be moved from one stage to the other. Is it meant to go from first reading and then second reading, and then after that it goes to the citizenry and the likes? Because mi ndashinda nikisema kuna tuko wengi sana weko na smartphones kwa mkono, basi si wote tunajua exactly mahali tunafaa kuget info fulani na fulani, and so lazima to behave ni kama tunaongelesha watu wote from the same level of board of not knowing or knowing, but they need to be from 0 to 100. Yes, I got Wajera back. Hi Wajera.
Yes, hi DK.
Sorry for dragging you back here. Des asked a question I think you had Josephine helping us to answer. He was trying to understand that we would go to referendum with this whole bill. So I wanted to pose a question, and you can answer it in the shortest way. What exactly were the intended steps of this bill on a hypothetical base of it passing through and through till the end?
Hypothetical step. What do you mean?
Like I mean, if we are not against this bill at all, venye tuko tunajua hii bill inakuja kutumaliza, so hiyo ndio inaita hypothetical, ati hii bill ilikuwa ipate support in all ways, what are the stages it is it supposedly supposed to go through till the point of being made a law?
Oh, okay. Is the usual, a bill is literally the steps that a bill takes to become a law. So it is the first reading, second reading. So this bill specifically,
Right.
it has gone through a first reading. Today was the second. No. Sorry, it has gone through a first reading, and then there was public participation, and then it will go to the second reading. So let me just pull out my notes, because I know I actually have this in my notes somewhere.
Thank you. And the reason why I've asked this is I know as Kenyans we already know the steps that a bill normally goes, but then it would be good for us to know where we were today, where is it in the steps that we know, and where are we going next, so that also people can always understand where we are with all these bills.
Okay, so
Right?
let me just
Yeah.
it has already gone through a first reading, right? But this bill cannot take the usual shape of a normal piece of legislation, because according to Article 255, anything that purports to amend specifically the term of a president, which this bill does purports to do, it has to go into a referendum. So this is not your usual hillbilly legislation of your agriculture bill, seeds, plant varieties. No. This has to go through a refer. So throughout everything about the coming into force of a bill, right?
Right.
Think of it as so. I know, for example, when we were having the BBI, the court said that there's a 4-step procedure. Right at the top of my mind, I can remember 2 things. The court said that there has to be civic education and public participation, particularly for bills that will require them to go into a referendum. So anything that goes into the heart and soul of the Constitution, anything outlined by Article 255. And as we speak, it is good that I pull this out from my laptop so that we can talk about something we know, right? So
Right.
Article 255. Just hold on a minute. I'm scrolling. So throughout everything, DK, you know about about a bill coming into law. This is not your usual bill. This is a bill that seeks
Mm-hmm.
on the heart and the soul of the Constitution, which 255 properly captures. Now, good amendment to the Constitution. So right off the bat, that tells you that this is not a bill that is going to become legislation to touch on other acts of parliament or any other. This is how do you go about a bill that touches on the amendment of the Constitution. A proposed amendment to this Constitution shall be enacted in accordance to Article 256 or 257 and approved in accordance with Clause 2 by a referendum. So I'm not making this up. It has to go through a referendum if the amendment relates to any of the following matters. Number 1, supremacy of the Constitution, territory of Kenya, sovereignty of the people, national value, Bill of Rights, Clause F, which is what I'm talking about, the term of the president. If it touches on the term of the president, Article 255 is clear. It has to go into a referendum. Now we go back to what I said when we were going through the BBI procedure, when the court clearly stated that anything that goes into the heart and the soul of the Constitution. I remember I was having this conversation with who was I talking to? And I was asking them whether they remember the conversation that was being had when we talked about unamendable clauses, eternal clauses. What was the other term? There's another term, not necessarily to mean that there are clauses in the Constitution that cannot be amended, but there's a very strict procedure which varies from a different ordinary bill, right, towards amending a constitution. So it has to go to a referendum. But for the referendum to happen is that you have to have given people adequate notice, right? So this is the bill this is the bill that seeks to amend the Constitution. Here, read it. Number 2, civic education. So what does this bill purport to do? Number 1, add term limit for the president, and in the case of this bill, add term limits for other elected officials. Number 3, county allocations. Number 4, the roles of the National Assembly and the Senate, and so on and so forth. All 33 clauses of this bill, there has to be intensive civic education. Number 3, there was an issue of public participation. And this is the conversation I was having with Mabonga here when I was given the opportunity to speak. And what I was saying was that you cannot purport to give people 4 hours and 15 minutes and call that public participation, and you do it as if it is a formality. You will allow some people to talk, you will not allow others to talk. You will give others a minute, you'll give others 5 minutes. It does not work like that. If I was advising the Senate Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, I would tell them, give the people a week in Nairobi, and then go to Busia, and then go to Bomet, and then go to Murang'a, and then go to Nyeri, go to Kirinyaga. Give people enough time to give back their opinion after you have educated them on what the bill is, what it seeks to do, how that affects you, how that affects counties, and so on and so forth. So just out of from the top of my mind, those 3 things have not been done. You have given people the bill, okay, but have you educated them? Because again, this falls squarely within the ambit of the people that are sponsoring the bill. Now that would fall under Senator Cherargei's docket. Whether he's brilliant or not, whether this is ill-timed or not, whether this is unnecessary or not urgent at all, Senator Cherargei should have taken up should have taken it upon himself to educate the public on what this bill purports to do before you call the people and have them give their views. Because for those people that do not actually know what this bill is and what its contents are, what public participation are they participating in? What feedback are they giving you when they do not know what the contents of the bill or the contents of the amendment are? So that is a very long
Mm,
way. But what I'm trying to tell you is throw away what you think you know about the coming to life of a bill to an act of parliament. Because this does not become an act, it amends the constitution. So there
thank you. And Nigeria, that's exactly, see, your last statement there is exactly why I wanted to insist you come back and answer it, because, see, if I'm looking at it as just the way I know how bills are handled in the National Assembly and everything, I'd be thinking in my head, this is just another bill.
Mhm.
That is just going to be carried as normally as any other bill, go through this reading, that reading, and that's it.
Mhm.
But until you understand that there are bills that touch, it sounded like the way you have different surgeries that happen in a hosi. Yeah? There is a surgery for mtu alikuwa na issue ya jicho cataract, atapata surgery.
Mhm.
Na utasikia hiyo surgery ukiambiwa surgery ya cataract si surgery inakuwaga life threatening, okay, but ni surgery bado lazima happen.
Mhm.
Meanwhile kuna brain surgery,
Mhm.
ama someone had a blood clot,
Yeah.
which is still a surgery, but it's a whole different situation. Where if someone had an artery blood clot towards the heart, if they do not get a surgery in like 2 hours, they are dead.
Mhm.
They're all surgeries. So I wanted to be able to break that, and thank you for doing that. Where it just shows people there's dealing with bills that people are just bringing bills from left, right, and center, and then there is you bringing a bill that touches the heart of the constitution, the heart of the sovereignty of the people, and something that goes just the levels of where BPI was, which is this is one of those things that if you're going to introduce it, it should have been introduced from the basis of you having first presented it through education
Yeah.
to the citizens, said that you were able to first do that, and then come and say, now I want people to participate and tell us what they think.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely right.
Thank you, Wanjira.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Asante.
All right, Asante. Like I said, I wanted Roger to do that for us, kind of give some bit of structure to the conversation. I know, as you see on the topic, one of the other things that QT wanted us to talk about is what is going to also be, what is happening as far as Adani is concerned. And I know 11th of November, in particular, there is some more detail on the same. I think I will definitely at some point Evangel will be around, maybe give her 30 seconds to just tell us, or 1 minute tell us exactly about 11th November. And I keep trying to do that because we keep having listeners coming in and out. So more often than not, I like to respect the fact that you could walk in into a conversation and find it right in the middle. So I always like to build context in it. So, in fact, before I go to Valdano, let me give you, Angela, 30 seconds, just 30 seconds. Could you please tell us what you would be able to, as far as 11th November and as far as Adani deal is concerned? Angela, you're there? Okay. Let me talk to Valdano, who will probably get Angela talk to us in some point. Valdano, niaje? Not sure I can hear you. Can anyone hear Valdano?
No, I can't.
Wanjira, you can't hear him?
I can't.
Des, can you hear Valdano Benny chance or Josephine? Thumbs down. I guess not. Okay, Valdano, request mic to Tana. I'll bring you back to the speaker panel. I know I have Boniface and Nairobians who will come. Wanjira was asking, is there anything you can tell us as far as 11th November is concerned, whatever you know, in as far as what is happening on that particular day with Adani itself?
No. So let me just start by saying that what I know is what I have read on Tony Gashoka's timeline, which is this, that
Surely.
application, or his advocates shall be making an application to have his matter, which is in the Constitutional and Human Rights Division of the High Court, to be consolidated with the other matter filed by the LSK, which is in the Judicial Review Division of the High Court, and that makes in the LSK matter, which is in the Judicial Review division, there's orders for stay. There's orders to prevent Adani from moving forward, and not just Adani, the government, anyone purporting to do anything as far as that PPP is concerned. There's stay orders until a tribunal has been consolidated, or has been, what would I call it? The CJ, or now the DCJ, has set up a three-judge bench to hear the matter. So it makes sense for those two matters to be had together. One that is challenging the procedure, which is in the Judicial Review, and the other one that is challenging the substance, which is in the Constitutional and Human Rights Division. So on the 11th, that is, I think, simply what is going to be happening. Just a prayer to have those matters consolidated. I do not think that that is far-fetched. I think that the bench will be, Justice Mamuya would be more than happy to allow that consolidation. And then we will see which three-judge bench has been consolidated, or has been set up, or has been selected to hear the matter. So that's what I know about the 11th. I have had KOT really mobilizing and having people show up. And I think it is excellent what he's doing, and I wish others could match his energy. Show up for yourself, show up for your airport, show up for your sovereignty, show up for, refuse, real life slave trade as we see it. So yeah, that's what I know. DK, if I stumble upon any more information that will be necessary, more than happy to share.
All right, Sawa, thank you. Valdano, if you can hear me, please come to the mic. Talk to us for 2-3 minutes, please, and then I'll go to Boniface. I'm not sure if I can hear Valdano. Can anyone hear Valdano?
No.
I even moved from where I was sitting. I thought it was me. Okay, Boniface, niongeleshe. Habari ya jioni.
Poa sana.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah, first of all, good evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening.
Oh, that's good. First of all, I want to congratulate for the docket of the LSK for the support they have done to prevent the Adani bill. Because first of all, before today, I think there's a time we had a conversation about this Adani, and I told you very well that this Adani is not a good. It is not in a good mood. And then by now, I think people you have come to the point. You have seen about how it is and how it's coming. Hello, do people get me?
Yeah, please go on. We can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Please go on.
So first of all, I want to say about the team of today. I think I have seen about the rejecting of Adani. First of all, I said about Adani, and then I said like this: nobody is against about the Adani group. Because if they are coming in Kenya in a good spirit to do what is supposed to be done in a good way, nobody's against about them. But the problem is the people who are behind them. And then I think last week or last week, part one, we had a debate in Citizen TV, and then say somebody called Dr. Balak, and then he said about that Adani, it's a Kenyan person who is ready to sell it and to buy it, and then that is the only that is the only matter, and that is the truth. These people, they are just trying to play a game with Kenyan people. And I told you, the man we are dealing, the man who is holding this nation, it's not an easy man, because it's know how to play the game. It's know how to play the game. So by now, you have seen where the matter is. They have already allowed Adani with energy system. They have signed it. But by good lucky, I've seen something like at court have suspended. But I think it is another game. It's another game. This man is trying to play with judiciary, because they are going to suspend it with a short period of time, and then after people have lost their concern about it, have forgotten about it, and then you are going to hear that just inafanya tu kazi. Because I people, they have a lot of concern about it. So it's like there is a game we have played with the judiciary. So it's like mother, they have suspended for a short period of time, and then they are going to sign it, and then it's going to work. It's going to work. So the problem is, this man is saying that Adani is a good thing, first of all. And then it's saying that they are using their money, 95 billion, to support energy. Good. But the problem is telling us that we are going to make a conversation to say how can we are going to raise this amount of money, but without no any pressure. My first question is, who is ready to make the conversation with this man, and where they're going to get this man from? Because he's saying that they are not going to burden the people of Kenya to pay more tax to pay this 95 period. Who is going to pay this 95 period to Adani? Because they are going to use their money, good, but where are we going to get this 95 period to pay back to Adani? But he's trying to play a game with us that not Kenyan people, they are going to pay it. So is himself is going to pay it by the money which has already been stolen. And it's the money of the Kenyan people, because he knows ini deal yake. And then I told you previous, we need to come out and to protect this nation. We need to come and protect it. This money come with another slogan, another prayers, so that people can focus for as serious things like this. What needs come of impeachment, So by now, the next thing it is about the deal going to be signed by the Adani and the health sectors about the share. No. This thing is going to come slow, and then last month, there is no any effort. It's going to be made out with the Kenyan people, most of the young people. This thing is going to work, and then once it's going to work and be signed down, my friend, not Ruto himself is going to suffer, not the other, but it's the young people, the coming generation. It's going to suffer, because when you see the deal is taking a long period of time, 30 good years. 30 good, but I'm not saying it, but you will not, you may find even himself hiyo time haisi kwa, but ni nani ataenda kusuffer for this? It is us, we as the young people. This man is, it's, by the way, somebody said it's a man of greed or power. And then it seems like that. It's a man of greed or power. By now you are saying that they are playing a game with the senators, and this National Assembly should bring what should extending of term limit should what, so that the people can concentrate there. And they want to do this, they want to do this, they want to do this. But the main thing they are going to do it's about this Adani, and they are going to sign a lot of deal. And then there are these people, it is like a company. More people, the state leaders, the official, they have a lot of shares within this Adani. So that is why they are doing a lot of games to make sure that they are going to silence the people who are going
1 minute to land. Yes. 1 minute to land.
Thank you. They are this man is playing a game with the people. He knows that they are going to silence him about the deal. First of all, you have seen he has silenced the ODM people, starting from Raila Amolo Odinga and the other people. The people Kina Wandanyi, Kina Nani, who was strongly oversighting. By now, they are the only people that are supporting him by the fake and stupid deals. So the solution, the remedy is this: we need to come out with we abstain this statement, we abstain this a lot of words, we come out with action so that we suspend this. But without that, my friend, this man is going to use a lot of tactics and it's going to fail. Because the Ruto is not a easy man. Ruto is not a normal man, my friend. He knows how to deal, he knows how to play everything. And I told the people they are not to say it's true, 2027 is true, what you are doing. You may find even by now, Ruto he has already done with 2027. So he's just running about 2032. It's not an easy man. You need to be stopped. You need to be stopped. So for the few and the more remarks, I thank you people, but we need to take an action. Good night.
Thank you, Boniface. Asante. For you guys to stay on this conversation as you're going, I went digging around. Please check the Jumbotron. You'll find two posts that I just shared on the Jumbotron. Boniface, if you can just mute, thank you. You'll find two posts that I've shared on the Jumbotron. One is from an advocate, I believe an advocate of the court as well, by the name Mano Jose. He's put out a post that has 2 pages of the ruling. I believe this was the ruling that was done today by Justice Bahati. Judge the Honorable Bahati Momuye, signed by Honorable Mr. Justice Bahati Momuye, and you can check that on the second page. You will see the orders and the directions that were given. Part of which is that there was the petitioner should leave a file and serve a rejoinder, if need be, by close of business on the 8th of November. And then following that, there will be a mention of the same matter on the 11th of November at 11 a.m. So this is, I believe, it's at the Milimani courts, if I'm not wrong. So just go through the whole document so you can stay in tune with it. And then, of course, you'll find another Twitter shared there by the president of the Law Society of Kenya, Faith Othiambo, just talking on the same. Farouk, Simba, and I'd seen African. She might come back. Farouk, let's start with you, and then I'll go to Simba. How are you?
DK, Coyote Sonko, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Good evening too. Thank you so much for giving this chance to talk to our fellow Kenyans. I can start with that two things. First, I want to thank everybody that have been in movement
since it began. Thank you so much for holding and keeping the fire burning. First, I would like to tell everybody to keep eyes on the ball because I want to talk about two things on the side of movement and the side of government. If you can look very closely on the side of government, they are trying to bring every now and then they having a new bill on the floor because they want to come up with as many bills as possible to make people exhausted so that they can give up and then later they can bring the financial bill because they have seen how peoples are powerful. They can bring the government down. They have threatened by the people's power. So, what I can say about the movement, the the movement should focus on the ball. Wafinye, they should finya kabisa, so that the government may not able to collect or to collect more money. When they don't have money to run the government, they will give up. That's the only thing the people can do. But if the people give up on doing so, they will be able to bring more bills so that people can be exhausted and give up. And then later, they can do anything because they are running right now. They are running by our taxes. They have no any sources of money, so their sources of money that can be corrupt by the officials of the government. The people have already sealed the loopholes, most of the loopholes. So what I can say right now, people should not give up. They are almost there. They should just doing so by codes, by on the street, by on the social medias, wafinye kabisa, wasiogope, wasione kama like tumeshindwa. Hapana, tumefanya we have come from far and we are almost there. So be it the financial bill of like Adani, bills like Adani, those of extending presidential term, bills na wataleta zingine mingi because they want to put more bills so that people can be exhausted and give up. So watu wafinye. Thank you so much.
Asanti. Na tafadhali tusikubali kuuziwa distraction. Tusikubali kuuziwa distraction. On the morning ile tunaamka kudeal na vitu kama hizi, mtu mwingine naye anaamka Wanjiro ni wewe umefanya hata nifikirie hii story. Mtu unaamka kwa hii side ingine kwanza kutufanyia advert za makazi, ni kama unafanya advert zile za chini ya bridge za haraka upesi. Kuna tafutwa sijui nani vihari. If it's supposed to distract people, uh, there's a whole lot of things that will keep happening from left, right, and center. Left, right, and center, and always. The reason why I call them distractions, it's not necessarily distraction in the sense of like we don't have enough mental capacity to deal with all these things. No. Distraction from the sense of we have to agree something about ourselves as Kenyans. We are a vibrant people, and we like staying on the edge with stories and with stuff. And the human beings you're dealing with know exactly who we are because they are part of us. So we are the kind, when you have left, right, and center kind of things happening all over, you can easily have us going here and there, and sometimes missing just one situation somewhere that is going on in a certain way. Kama hii ya leo, even if 200,000 is definitely, yes, a small fraction of the 55 million people we have, but I still think it's just a tiny little bit of a win from the sense of there's clearly enough noise that was being made to a certain point about this, and people really, really actually went out and threw themselves out to it. Can we do better? We certainly can do better about it, of course. But always, I liked taking those small wins whenever we get them. Did we lose one of the speakers nilikuwa nataka kuongea nao, but najua Geoffrey kwa hapa na alikuwa nataka kuongea na sisi. And as I said, please just check the Jumbotron so you can get to know some of the rulings that were given in as far as the Adani case itself is concerned. What was being stopped is the collaboration between, I believe, Kentraco, Kentraco and Adani Energy Solutions, which was supposed to be a lease for 30 years. The project cost of Kenya shillings 95.68 B. I did not say M, I said B, billion shillings. That's how much money. Geoffrey, good evening. Can anyone hear Geoffrey? I can't hear Geoffrey, but I can see his mic open. KOT, unasikia Geoffrey? Okay, I can't hear him either. Simba, you're back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you? Talk to us.
Okay, guys, good evening. I want to zero in a couple of issues, and I want to say that the government is actually scared of us, and you're right that.
Simba, I'm not sure there's.
And
Simba, as you go on, sorry to cut you out. I'm not
yeah,
sure if
I
there's
get,
a way you can hold your mic. I can barely hear you. You sound very muffled. If there's a way you could hold your mic a bit better, I can barely hear what you're saying.
okay. What I'm saying is this: are you getting me?
Yes, please go on.
Are you getting me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello. Okay. What
Yes,
I'm
I can
saying
hear
is,
you. Nakusikia Simba.
what I'm
Nakusikia.
saying is this:
Yeah.
yeah, the government is scared of us, and this is the right time to actually attack, and we must be very tactical in our approach. In my opinion, we should be sabotaging all these government systems, because these government systems have been oppressors. Specifically, I will zero in on Safaricom, because Safaricom has been a very big threat and a very big thorn to our flesh. We need to do something about Safaricom. Actually, what I was thinking of is if we can not use it for a while, the M-Pesa transactions, we can actually cut them by a certain percentage, but so that our voices, so that they can actually feel what we are feeling as a people. That's one. Two, I don't know if you have lawyers in the house, because I was thinking of maybe if we could have like some sort of a petition, a signed petition by us as people, because the Constitution gives us the ultimate power. We have no confidence in this government, and we cannot wait till 2027, because I feel it will be already too late. Our country will have been sold to Adani. Every single thing will not be remaining in anything. So if we can have like some sort of a petition, a 10 million petition. I don't know how we can structure it because I'm not a lawyer. So that actually we can have a vote of no confidence to this government. That is 2. 3, Ruto has killed the opposition, and it's political and it's very tactical. Right now we have the opposition, and we are the ones who are supposed to keep this government in check. So let us be aware of that. We need to be alive. We need to be ready. We need to be focused. Let us focus on the main goal. 4, there's a lot we can learn from Gupta and Zuma in SA. What did they do right? Because this same scenario, the Gupta Zuma scenario, is the same as the Adani Ruto scenario. What lessons can we learn as a people from that moving forward? Lastly, Adani is not the only Kenyan. In fact, Adani is in Kenya. Adani is not the only investor that can invest in Kenya. He isn't. So let's not the media try to sell for us a narrative that Adani is the only person that can invest in Kenya, guys. I don't have much to say, but basically, let us stick to the ball and let us see the bigger picture. And let us craft policies now that will help us move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you too, Simba. I have really struggled at some points to really hear you, but I did hear you articulate some points as far as the possibilities of our lawyer friends who are here advising on the possibilities of petitions that would have to do with showing a vote of no confidence, I believe, in the government or the presidency in particular, or you making clear as far as Adani not being the only investor. I may have missed one or two of the other things that you spoke about, but thank you for talking about them and everything that we are trying to talk about today. As everyone shares their points of view, and I'd ask as many who can please request the mic and come talk to us. We would really like to see just how much each one of us has informed themselves on an individual basis with what is going on with the Adani deal, how far it has been in courts. Some of our friends and our affiliates in this movement, I call them fellow criminals who are pushing in one or the other in the courts, in the courtrooms and everywhere else in as far as doing the rightful thing to put up petitions to seek the court to help us. Rasti, naona umekuja, umenijoin. Niaje? Uko fiti? Rasti, uko hapo?
Yes, DK.
Vipi baba?
Poa poa poa. Ufiti?
Niko salama. Niambie unafikiriaje hapa?
Mimi niko poa. Nimekuja nimekuja kwanza kutafutana na KOT huku. KOT uko fiti? Wacha kwanza confirm.
Mi niko poa bwana, niko poa, nataka
At
nitulie
least
kwanza.
amecheka so ajalala. Hallelujah.
KOT amekuwa KOT amekuwa kwa mate leo. Ukijana anajituma.
Ukijana anajituma. By the way, hata sikumuuliza ulikuwa kwa matatu wapi KOT?
Azi hiyo mat nilikuwa nimepanda kutoka hapo tao, nilikuwa naenda home
Watu
bana. Mi
wanajituma
nikaona hao
hii
jamaa
Nairobi, watu
wamekaa dormant
wanajituma.
hapo ndani. Nikauliza ule jamaa wa mat, nikamwambia bana, naweza ongea nao wasi tupige story? Akasema
Unasikia KOT ama ni mimi tu sisi?
mkosho mnisikii?
Nakusikia, mimi nakusikia.
So nikaomba hapo chance, nikamwambia acha nipige story na hao wase. Mimi sijui Holy Spirit ilishuka kutoka wapi. mi nikajipata nimeanza kupreach hapo vibaya sana, and the guys were like, ah, by the way it's right. So mi nilikuwa nimechoka kitambo because nilikuwa nimetoka huko public participation, and so nilikuwa nimekasirika, so hasira zangu ziliishia hapo kwa mat.
Maze, anyway it's good. I think umekuwa ukifanya work poa ya civic kwa ground. Na unaona hiyo unaweza pata, unaona hasa wenye ulipreachia kwa mat, hao wenye ulipreachia, kuna mtu tu alikuwa anataka information fulani. Na especially with the young people, mtu mwenye unajua kuna mzae maybe hata at home ama hata kwa hiyo mat, wakati anaona maybe kijana mdogo kama huyu anatoa hiyo information, huyo mtu hata akirudi home anajiulizanga ni nini hii yenye mimi naona kwa serikali yenye huyu kijana ameona haiko right. Because what we are lacking, we are having a generational gap yenye kuna watu walizoea kudanganywa na system, unaelewa. It has been the order of the day. Na hawa wanasiasa, watu kama wazazi wetu ni watu wenye walizoea ukirudi nyumbani ni wazazi wenye wanajua after 5 years mwanasiasa fulani atakuja atatupea 2 bales of unga, unaelewa, na 1 2 3. It's like kitambo wakati tulikuwa we used to look forward to Christmas, unaelewa. Ulikuwa unangojeaga sa Christmas ndio utanunuliwa kanguo kapoa kanini, vitu kama hizo. So it is the same mentality with our wazazi wetu na watu wengine. So information is very critical as we look for all the avenues ya kufanya nini, ya sisi kujikomboa. Sasa kila mtu anacheza role yake, na unaona kila matunda inaanza kujitokeza. Wakina nani ndio hao wameenda na story ya Adani. Unaona Adani at least kuna there is hope. So kuna areas zingine watashinda na kuna areas zingine itabidi tumewawekea roadblock. That's what every day lazima tunakaa, every front line lazima ikuwe covered. That's what I mean, every front line. Wewe ile kama unajua uko poa hii sector, kama vile wewe umejitolea tu, umeamua ni civic education, naelewa, ni civic education kwa kila mtu. The only thing sasa KOT tunataka tufanye, tunataka tujaribu. I was urging, and that's my clarion call in all platform. We need also to look, lazima pia tujichunge. Hatutaki pia tufike place kesho tunaanza kutrend hashtag free somebody, alafu tukitoka sasa free tunaanza stories zingine. Sasa tunataka pia sisi tujipange in such a way, because that is where now we are headed. Lazima tukae pia tukuwe na unity yetu ya kujichunga. We are not advocating for any kind of violence. We want to look very organized, because I believe tunaweza jichunga tukijua mtu kama wewe unaenda Meru civil education, no, tunasema huyu mtu hawezi enda peke yake, unaelewa. We can have a security firm that manages our security. Unaenda na watu kama 2 3 wenye wana I believe hizo ni vitu zenye tunaweza jipanga vizuri sana, and once we start showing that, pia lazima tukue na Wanjira is here. I was talking in another platform. We need also to have a law firm, as much as LSK inakujaga kusaidia some of us. Let us have a law firm that at least inaweza kuwa ina represent some of us whenever we like, unaelewa. Kuna madaktari kwa hizi platform wanakujaga, wanakaa tu hapo wanasikiza, they don't have to necessarily talk, they can offer the expertise, because kuna watu wenye walikuwa injured, kuna watu wako na injuries home wamekaa, mtu aligongwa, mtu akakuja akafika mahali akaona hapana, mimi sitakuwa naenda maandamano, naona kama iko hivi. So mtu kama huyo, kuna mtu anaweza
hata therapist rasji, kuna mtu hii
exactly.
time yote hapa hivi zile vitu tunapitia bro, psychological wise zinapiga mtu design nyingine, wewe unasikia ni kama upumui. So hata mtu tu unaweza bongesha mahali therapist fulani, mtu ana background ya counseling ama nini, someone who can offer a listening ear to another young guy like you or me who Raso, unakumbuka ka ile wiki fulani wewe buda ulikuwa tu up and down, sijui nini ilikuwa na happen. Mi hiyo the week after nilikuwa na feel nikani nitadai, cause mazee vitu zenye zimepitia hata unasema wacha nikae away from spaces. So yeah, we need all round hata counselors.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you, D.
And also konga with you DK gift bana. We need to have that therapist bana. Honestly, me kuna time fulani some few weeks ago. Karibu ni run mad on this platform. Nilikuwa nakaa hivi nasikia tu kichwa inagonga from left, from right. So naweza fanya nini? Whom will I talk to? Nobody. So guys, honestly, hii mambo ya even go have a therapist, a person you can just go and speak to whenever you're having an issue. It's not a joke. Let us have that
Hebu
person mwenye
fikiria Kioti.
anaweza tu provide that guidance bana, mwenye yani
Hebu
ukikuwa tu na issue kama mimi hapa niseme bana, kina Wanjiru wamesema mimi ni mall bana kwa hii movement, kichwa inanigonga kabisa, like I'm passing through a lot yenye na feel kitu inanigonga tu. Kina Sankale wamesema sijui KOT ni nani, like something of the sort. But now there is nobody I can talk to. I need that person, a center person mwenye anaweza nipea tu advice kidogo. So hapo Rasji, honestly I conga with you. Unaweza endelea.
amekosa pole nimecut short Rasji, but najua point yako ni as clear as kila mtu tule tu vitu twenye tuko nato we kitu unaweza offer kwa hii table ni nini, we leta.
Exactly. Na unajua KOT ameongea wakati you have to remember also, unaweza imagine wakati mimi hasa walikuwa walini round, and then I remember that the next day ilikuwa inafaa tukutane na KOT. Tulikuwa inafaa tukutane na Eta au nini. Mimi hasa walikam. Nakumbuka nilichomokea kwa balcony. Nikaland kwa compound ya neighbor. Na huyo neighbor kulikuwa na madogi. Hata sisi sitaka kukumbuka nimepitia kupitia tu na wase umepitia. Alafu sasa chaotic naye pia akaenda, unaelewa? Due to stories zake naye pia engage nikakosa mse. Alafu sikuwa na tenje. Unajua ilibidi niruke niache tenje kwa hao juu wanatumia tenje kutafuta. So wanajaribu kuangalia, wanadhania tu mse bado wako hapa. Na mimi sikuwa ilibidi mpaka nika dress card day the next day kutoka kwa compound. So there is a lot tunapitia na there is a lot yenye mazee wa makansula wanakuwa needed. Najua KOT baadaye I think after 1 week, unaweza imagine after 1 week Maverick naye ndio anakuja anasema KOT ni mall. We sasa hapo ndio karibu niruke kichwa.
Ndio hata ujamaliza kupumua, yani ndio mara ya kwanza mtu ashakuja ashakuekelea hata kuda wewe ni mall.
Umeambiwa msemo mnadili. Nikasema hii story ni ngumu. Sasa hatujakaka ya KOT, story ya Marara ndio hii. We. Anyway, like I'm saying, we need to encourage people. Mazee, unajua KOT kuna watu tu hata waongeingi. DK tumeongea huko. Nadhani unaona hata mimi nilikuwa nimejam sana wakati nilianza kusikia like how kama Fabish anapenya wasee 1 2 3, unaona? Cause kuna wasee wako hapa. Let me tell you, hata wakati KOT alikuwa anaambiwa hivi, kuna watu wenye wanakuwa wamebelieve in KOT. Hata ukae hivi ujaribu kusema ati KOT sijui amekula maembe ya nani huko ama nini, hawata believe. Hao tu ni so these people, they don't talk, they don't do anything, they are very loyal, and these are the people we need to continue selling hope to them. These are the people. Juu kuna watu wako hapa, kuna maparo wako tu hapa wanaombanga tu Mungu. They go down to their knees, they pray for this country. They don't have to necessarily come to talk to space. But imagine kuna watu wanakujaga tu wanaingia tu kwa hizi space, wanakaa tu hapa listening. Wanaomba tu Mungu saidia tu hawa vijana, siku moja wakuja wakomboe Kenya. So the moment tunakaa kidogo tumeanza kuvurutana huku na huku juu ya tu vitu tu vingine hata hatu make sense. Ndio unaona KOT mimi hata nilikuwa na aje. Unaona? Mimi bado sijafika ile point yenye, na mimi sitaki kushinda nimeongea hiyo story. Sijaifika place yenye. Na unajua ilifika mahali KOT akaanza kukaa ni kama wale wasee wanataka kumpiga vita, wataki ende party headquarters nini. KOT inafaa to brief tujue tulifika at that point aje. Huyu jamaa alienda ile side ama hayuko, na kama alienda ile side indeed, ujue kuna a lot of betrayal will happen. Na unajua hao wenye nakwambia wenye wanakujaga listener na waongei, hao wenye wananyamazaga, wenye tukisema tunataka help fulani wanakuja wana help, hao ni watu wenye ukitampa na trust yao mazee, it does not go well. It does not really go well. So we need, when one of us goes out of the way. Tuitane mkutano, si lazima tukuja hapa vitu zingine tunapigana maboma hapa. Tunakuwaga na nyuma ya hema yetu. Tunaitana huko. Unaona? I fail to understand why
Mama nyuma ya tent hapo nyuma
tunaitana
mnaongea.
nyuma ya hema. So that by the time tunakuja sasa tunaanza kupenya huku mbele ya wale watu wenye wana look up to. Because there are people wenye people look up to. As a face. Wewe unaweza imagine ile hope yenye the whole nation ilikuwa towards mtu kama Morara. Yeye maybe alikuwa anaichukua ni kama ni joke ama nini, but the kind of hope yenye alikuwa anapea Kenyans, umenielewa? It's a kind of hope ile yenye mpaka unasikia tu, hata unakaa tu, mimi kuna place ulikuwa unakaa tu unaona tu maanti zako unasikia tu wanaongea tu kwa mother tongue. Haki ya Mungu, kijana akiendelea hivi, haki ya Mungu you draw a lot of hope. So when you temper with that kind of confidence, kind of hope yenye Wakenya wako nayo, mazee tena unakuwa umewarudisha miles away. So let us take care of the images we carry. No, DK, the images we carry, the hope. Where kwanza DK, you always inspire. Kwa sababu hata wakati nimerealize watu wanataka kupigana, you always the soft one. Unakuja unakam in the middle, unajaribu kukalm mtu to storm, and then people come back. Kwa sababu tumesema hakuna haja tupigane, kwa sababu tuko na enemy. Kama tumeagree, we all have one enemy. Kwa nini hizi vitu zingine ndogo ndogo zitusumbue? Naona kama tumeagree hivyo at all, tunaenda one destination, our enemy ni mmoja. So tuache utu vitu twingine. Tukiacha utu vitu, hakuna mtu mwenye unaelewa, hakuna mtu mwenye is not important in this journey. The most important thing ni siku yenye tutafika, kwa sababu hatujafika. The most important thing ni tufike. Tukifika tu hiyo ndio. So wacha, ndio unaona wakati KOT anaamua, wakati watu wameamua hivi na hivi, akiamua civic education yake, it's your calling, run with it, do your duty KOT. But then again, sahii tunajaribu kusema hatutaki kesho tufike hapa tuanze. And Wanjira, I think I would want to hear your point on this. Tunataka tujiorganize ile design. It pains me, mimi saa zingine kuona ati KOT ameenda sijui yeye na mtu mwenye atamshikia kamera, siwezi jua kama ni girlfriend. Ameenda amefanya civil education, hatujajua vile arudi Nairobi, haujajua, cause these guys, hawa jamaa wameanza kuinvest on Subaru boys. I don't like selling people fear, but it is the reality of the day.
It is.
They are really,
the reality.
they are really investing on the rogue cops. Na hawa cops wanafanya hiyo kazi, remember, hawako hata ukienda kwa National Police Service utaambia they don't know these people. Utasikia DC anakuambia we are not aware of. So there are people within government. Na si ati ni kila mtu kwa serikali anajua. I know there is a number of police, very good DCIs, there are good police people who are also as equally shocked like mimi na wewe ati kuna abduction zinafanyika. Cause hii inakuanga ni mpango ya watu fulani kwa serikali. Wanakaa kando, hawaambii wengine hata it's not even an information that a cabinet needs to know. It's just a clique of people who think that they are protecting the presidency and they are entitled to their entitlement to power. Sasa wanakuja wanatumia other means. Naelewa? So wacha tukuorganize mtu kama KOT asiende nje ati akiwa tu hivyo. So that is the discussion DK, I think I was trying to bring the other side. So it is just something that we need also tukue pia na public participation yetu. It is kwetu ni idea nimethrow na kila mtu ame accept. So I just think whether it is a good thing or it is something that kama tunaweza take up into consideration. Thank you.
Asante Rasji, cheki, me atanishow. First of all, me I always give flowers to wale watu I've listened to a lot of times before, when they want to inject, who to dunga direct, yani hatubembelezagi, ukikuja useme kitu ufala, kitu ufala huku call out. So when I see a few of our listeners that I will call them our listeners, because right now I'm privileged to be on the co-host, but there have been people that I have seen and I've been listening to, and I've been on the other side. Agree with some of the things that you're saying in as far as fractioning ourselves properly, also staying very clear na kenye tunafanya is concerned, then I see we on the same. we're on the same line. So asante sana Rusty. There's but a lot of different persons that we are that come with different backgrounds and values and principles of all kinds that actually shape our opinion in whatever is happening to us in present or even that it happened to us in future. When people try and learn that lazima tutakanika tuna diverge kwanza at certain points of our conversation before we converge back to one unifying point of agreement, that place yenye mishinda ikirudia the statement of unity of purpose. It takes a moment of having a journey kwanza yenye rasju una take direction yako, mi na take direction yangu, somewhere in between tutakanika tunamena buda bedhe unajua yako wewe utapiga raunda kadhaa before ufike, but then eventually if you're able to converge in one place and point, then we're good to go. Sankale na the Black walikam na nataka nionge nao before niambie Kioti atuongeleshe tena a bit more. Sankale, are you there? Na by the way leo sijakuwa nikisikia tu kwa mic, so if you can hear Sankale, please give me a thumbs up. Maybe the one who's not hearing him. Ras, unasikia Sankale?
Imagine simsikii na kusikia tu wewe.
I assumed so. Sankale, request your mic tena. Sorry about that. We'll try get you back. The Black Lion. Someone. Habari ya jioni. I hope I'm not the one losing. Guys, the Black Lion. Unanisikia?
There's nobody speaking here. I think ni wewe tu DK ndio unaongea because I can't hear any other speaker.
Yeah, the Black Lion naona akiwa muted, Sankale naona amefungwa mic nikaa anabonga na kawa anaongea peke yake. Okay, to request mic tafadhali. The conversation we're really having right now was with respect to some of the wins.
Lakini DK
Yeah.
zinaweza respond kwa Ras G.
Yes,
Ras
please
G
do.
niuliza swali na mimi si kurespond. So
Muulize.
Ras G, mimi honestly mali niko, I've had this niko na weakness moja honestly. Na my weakness is always believing each and every person. For instance now mtu kama DK here like Gift, I'll 100% believe him, but sasa mimi back in what he's doing, mimi siwezi jua what he's doing, but because najua he's fighting the same cause as what I'm doing, I'll have to give my trust in him. So at the end unapata huko mbele things now becomes to go south or worse, and then when things becomes to go south or worse, somebody like now DK here, they'll try to take that advantage to pin me down. But mimi mahali nimetoka mahali watu wanaabudu Mungu bwana, mahali watu wanaomba sana nimetoka mahali watu wanaamini Mungu vizuri, and the good thing that I'm coming from a family that is both Christian and Muslim, and so you find out that the only thing I rely on is the prayers za my parents honestly. Hiyo mambo ya sijui security sijui unaenda wapi unaweza fanyiwa nini, I've never thought of that. And so ndio maana unaonanga any day anytime naweza jitokeza mahali popote because I know si ati na put God in that situation ya Mungu nitetee hapa ama nichunge hapa, like not that I'm putting the Lord in that what do we say, like in that trial, but I've always believed myself.
Putting God to a test. You're not putting God to a test.
I've always believed that kama siku ni yako, kama sio yako pia it's not yours. And so you find out that I've always believed any person mwenye tuko naye karibu. Honestly mimi natokanga home solo, nikienda protest I don't work with any person because hakuna mtu mimi najua huko. Nimekwambia mimi nimeishi Mombasa sana nikisoma huko, so huku Nairobi I came in December and so I'm trying to build that network, lakini rare sana pia. I can't just trust someone nimwambie amka tuende, unaona. So unapata even hata kama leo mimi nilijitokeza home solo tu nikafika pale KICC and it was so lucky that nilipata one of the guys wenye wanakuanga kwa hizi spaces na tukakuwa pamoja. So mimi nataka mniombee siku moja nitoe hii spirit ya kutrust kila mtu bana. Honestly, hiyo ndio inafanya unafika mahali kama watu sio kubelieve, then mimi nilikuwa pinned down kitambo sana, because mtu akiamuka tu kusema mambonga ni NIS mimi hata at times nashangaa. Hata acha hiyo, we have a lot of issues ni venye tu siwezi share na nyinyi hapa guys, siwezi share na nyinyi hapa, hakuna mtu anashare naye vitu nyingi huku nyuma. Mtu anaamka tu mahali anasema sijui umemfanyia nini, sijui umembetray because umesema watu waende mahali fulani naye amesema watu waende mahali fulani. Siwezi sema tu hapa kuna vitu zingine like I always feel like ni Mungu tu anatupigania. Mtu anaamua tu akuwekee kitu tu aseme you are doing this and this. Yeah, for instance now mtu kama wewe Gift. Yeah, tumesema kama leo tulisema tunaenda KICC kusubmit those memoranda, alafu useme hapana, mimi siendi KICC, wacha niende wapi? Wacha niende let me use a good example ya parliament. Umefika hapo parliament, watu uko nao unapata there is a team probably they have ascended on you. Yeah, na wamewahiti vibaya sana, mmeugua. And so mimi because I was at KICC and I was so safe and I've realized you guys mumeenda pale parliament na mmeumizwa, then tumekuwa wote kama team na nikuja niseme DK bana, I'm so sorry for this and this what happened, I wish you quick recovery. And then when DK just from nowhere, now your boss or your head of that team akuja kusema no, go to your video alafu record useme KOT he's using my name vibaya. Kwani wishing you a quick recovery DK, is it an offense? Ama am I trying to take that situation to my advantage? Sidhani. So unapata mimi mahali niko guys, natamani sana siku moja niache kukuwa na ile roho ya kuamini kila mtu, because all the way from June mimi nimeamini watu wengi hapa. Nyinyi hamjui nani alinipatia mic kuongea na president, alikuwa Osama Otero, because I believed in him. Na nikamwambia niaje boss, mimi sitakaa hapa mkiongea hivi ufala, hebu tuma mic huku. Bado niko na hiyo hata niko na hiyo chat yangu na yeye kwa DM. Akanitumia mic kwa space na nika inject. But then what happened? Almost every person mwenye aliongea kwa hiyo space they went down. I think ni mimi tu peke yangu ndio nilibaki. Hakuna mtu ashai kuja kusema okay KOT alinunuliwa hiyo siku, because I had to deliver what exactly we wanted to deliver. Nikapass hiyo mtego. Mitego zingine zimekujanga tu hapa katikati tu. Mimi nashangaa mtu kama honestly mtu kama Aoko kama siko wrong, she's probably born 1990s. Probably 1993. Na sijaitaka kudisrespect watu kama hao because they don't have that big big age gap na my parent. My mom is born 1991. Yeah, so between 1991 na 1993 is barely 10 years. Ni watu wanaweza wekwa kwa the same age group. Nasemanga sitakangi kujibizana na watu on this platform because of that, because of the respect na kuanga nayo. But then you find out that kuna issue tu inakupress kabisa, you have to talk about it, like you have to express yourself ndio watu wakuamini. So Ras G, issue tu yangu ni moja bana, mimi kuamini kila mtu bana. I think ni hapo tu, otherwise wacha tuendelee DK.
Usijali
DK
KOT,
kiasi
kama ni
kidogo.
hiyo
Wacha
utagrow.
nikaombe kidogo tu DK. Now mimi hata
Na
vitu zingine na
usichukue zaidi ya dakika moja. Nikupe dakika
oh,
moja tu.
okay, so 1 minute. Mimi ana DK nilikuwa na react hapo kwa ati KOT amesema mama yake ako old.
Yote by the way, usiwahi rudia hiyo kitu nikionea hapa juu umenifanya ni feel mzee. Bro, umenifanya ni bro. Bro, mimi nafaa kuwa brother yako mkubwa bro. Sasa umefanya
Hapana, wacha mi weka vitu venye ziko clear honestly. My mom gave birth to me when she was 19. So akiwa
10
19.
usicheke, niko serious. 10
So,
mimi nafaa
oya ngoja
kufeel.
DK, wacha niwapatie tu niwapatie. Like nataka kuexplainia mbona mi sipendi kujibizana na hii platform watu. Because at times huwa na feel like I'm being disrespectful at times when tukiweza kuingia na ile fight kabisa. So I was born from a mom who was 19-year-old in 2000 on 5th May. So you find out that mimi vitu nyingi hapa bana, I always believe kuna watu wengine hapa ni wazazi wangu na sitakangi kujibizana nao eh? So the moment unaanza kujibizana na mtu who is probably the age mate of your mom or your dad, you become so disrespectful. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi nilikuja kulearn. So mimi msinichukulie mbaya sana, ndevu zimemea mapema
I'm
but
sorry, najua
tutaendelea
tunafaa kuwa
kusukumana
serious
naye.
but mimi ninacheka. Mimi ni kuisha naisha saa hizi jili shit. The
Unajua kwa
fact
nini
that
DK? Unajua the reason why DK ako very surprised. DK is so surprised because and with a lot of respect for DK. DK usually has a show. Eh? Kuna show DK anakuaga nayo. Sijui inakuaga Wednesday ama inakuaga lini. Then DK will play for you music. Hata kuna tungoma anacheza mpaka nakumbuka nikiwa mstoi nikiona madha yangu na buda yangu wakidance. Tujam tu twingine tu. Kuna tujam tu utapata tu DK amecheza.
inaitwa the gift room. Ninaichezaga kila siku tunarudisha November. Inaitwa the gift room. Nakuaga saa 7 mpaka saa 10 na strictly I only play music from the 80s, 90s and the early 2000s strictly.
Sasa you can imagine KOT. Sasa unaona
Sasa
KOT hata wewe sasa KOT hata sijui utachezewa nini pale, kwa sababu ukiingia kwa hiyo room ukiitisha ngoma, kuna siku nyingine niliitisha ingine hapo, niliuliza mpaka msee ni wimbo gani ni wimbo gani ilikuwa in the early 90s.
Sawa, tutaendelea na songs baadaye bana. Wacha tu proceed, but kama ningetaka kurequest hapo request sina makosa ya Lesi Wanyika.
wacha niongea ndiko sasa na Wanjiro, Jeffy, Misiko na I hope Sankale saa tutamsikia. At some point mic yake imefunguka.
Niko fiti sasa, sijui kama mnanisikia.
Awesome. Nakusikia Sankale. So let me go to you Sankale. After you we'll go to
Hii
Misiko.
mashine yangu ni ya kitambo, ni mimi sijui ni wa 1970 what. So guys, mnanisikia?
Yeah, tunakusikia.
So I think mimi acha ni go too straight to the point. Nimesema before nilale, acha niseme kitu. First nataka kurudi kwa hiyo issue ya Adani, and it's so sad that already tulishatoka mali zetu kushikwa na watu wa nje, vile walitesa mababu zetu, na pia ninaona this current regime inataka tu kuturudisha where we were. Ni kumaanisha our forefathers who fought for this nation, while fight yao na death zao, it was all in vain. Hivyo ndio William Ruto nataka tuone. As in, ukiangalia what Adani is going to do to our country, inaenda kutuweka kwa slavery ingine mbaya, hata kushinda ile Egyptians waliweka the children of Israel. Because if Adani itakuja ichukue airport yetu na imanage all the airports in Kenya, na for the next 30 years na 18% watakuwa na shares za 18%, what is that? Like forever 18% itakuwa ni yao. Ni kumaanisha Mbona I'm sure country yetu kuna good companies zile zinafanya mzuri. If government inataka kupatia na airport imanajiwe na private company, kuna some is doing well, kuna KCB is doing very well, kuna Royal Media is doing very well, kuna MediaMax is doing very well. If it's all about managing that airport, country yetu inashindwa kumanage, mbona waende kutafute someone from outside, yet hapa locally kuna watu wanaweza manage hiyo airport yetu na vitu ziende vizuri. To my second point, nilikuwa naongea na Fabish siku nyingine nikamwambia, as much as we are saying must go, Ruto must go, ni kumaanisha we are solving Ruto as a person, but pia solving Ruto as a person, are we going to solve all the problems of Kenya while solving Ruto as a person? Nilikuwa nasema this time round, because we want to tame the government, we want to tame this country as much as we also need guys to come together na tuulizane ni problems gani tuko nazo tunaweza solve, asikuwe na the same problems zenye Ruto wako nazo, because we can say Ruto must go and then the next person akuwe na the worst problems than Ruto. So if it's taming the government of Kenya, to tame only this government of Ruto, we should be, tunafaa tukuwe future oriented to tame even the governments to come. Wajue kuna certain generation ilisema vitu zinafaa ziende hivi. If it's accountability, let us go deeper how we want things to be accountable. If it's transparency, to demand transparency. I think the last time sometimes nakuanga anti-government, citizens hapa tumetupa mbao, you know. The last time president alikuja hapa kwa space, one thing nili notice, tulikuwa very very shallow, hatuko tunaenda deep kabisa, hatuko tuna go deep, na naona at some point ali realize
Wamebeba mic yako. Sankale.
hello.
Umerudi. Please go on.
So like nataka kuona, mimi ndawambia ukweli, mchukie mnende, ndawambia tu the plain truth. Like if today tutapata a chance tena ya kuengage na must go, manze anafaa patane na watu wengine sharp, watu wengine wako na wisdom. I'm sure tuko na a lot of knowledge, but pia knowledge yetu isikose wisdom. You know, hii ni kitu moja, ni weakness moja nimeona tuko nayo. Wanasemanga an iron sharpens an iron, na wakati they sharpen each other, haikuangi easy, zinakuanga zikigwaruzana. So tuko na too much knowledge, watu wanaweza Google, wanaweza fanya more research about what is going on, but we lack the wisdom ya how to solve, how to bring solutions. Ukiangalia mtu kama Morara, okay, mimi si fan wake, sijui mbona. Ukiangalia mtu kama Morara utakuta ako na the knowledge but hana the wisdom ya kupatiana solutions, ya kupatiana what we need to do. Like hata leo tukisema Ruto aende, then what next? Tukisema leo tunachagua Matiang'i anafaa tukute tumemwambia this is what we want. Kama last time, let me guys take you back to back. Last time tukasema we don't want
I'll give
all the
you
cabinet secretaries.
like a minute. We land in a minute.
It's okay. Last time tulisema we want tutolewe cabinet secretaries. Wakati tulisema tunataka tutolewe cabinet secretary, guys, atungenyamazia hapo. Tungesema, you know what, Mr. President, we don't want this cabinet secretary, we want technocrats, and give us 14 days, tutakuproposia people who we think are technocrats, na tutakuwa tumepost kwa hapa kwa X, tutakuwa scrutinize vizuri, tutakuwa tunaangalia kama wana qualify according to article 6 ya constitution yetu, These are the people we want you work with them. So look at someone like Raila Odinga today. As much as tutasema Ruto aende, pia Raila aende na tusiwahi msikia tena, cause ni kama sahi yeye na Raila, yeye na Ruto ni kama wana govern this country wakiwa wote wawili. So if today we will be, tunafaa tukuandika Ruto must go and Raila must go forever. You see guys, cause at the end of the day our say ni buddies, hata Kalonzo ni buddies na our say. So tuna need to be very 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 smart on how we are handling these things. Na KOT napenda vile, siwezi kukompea na watu wengine, napenda vile uko free na uko real, you know, the realness ni kenye tumelack kwa young people. Unajua watu wanapenda hands out, mtu akipewa hands out anachorea story. So wakati tunago story ya Adani, manze tukue too real, tuulize swali mingi, Adani inataka nini hapa kwetu, na hii 18% itakuwa inaenda wapi? Hii Adani, like we just tuambie tu president we don't want it and that's it, na tumpe reasons why we don't want it. Akituliza how we want the airport to be managed, tumpe reasons zetu, tumpe solution ya how we can manage the airport. As much as we don't want something, kila wakati wacheni tukue na solution of how we want things to be done. I think that's the point. Nimezunguka sana, I think mmenielewa. Tukisema we don't want chief, tunasema we want this, like tunapeana solution of what we want. I think country yetu itaenda mbele vizuri sana.
Alright.
Thank you.
Nataka kuomba Jeffy na Misiko mniruhusu nifanye tabia mbaya ya kuwapita laini tu, aki msinipige. Tabia mbaya tu kidogo tu, niwapite tu hivyo, niende side ingine nisalimie Wanjiro, and then I'll come back to you Misiko and Jeffy. Hi Wanjiro, how are you?
Hi. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity, and for allowing me to cut the line. It's very late where I'm calling from. So, I'm Wanjiro. I'm calling in from Cape Town. I'm sorry, my Swahili is not as good as it used to be. So please allow me to speak in English, and nikiweza kuingiza Kiswahili nitaweza. Tafadhali muni forgive is what? Muni, that one.
Wanasemaga tukuwie radhi.
That one. So first of all, I want to say thank you for this space. And I'm a Gen X. And first of all, KOT, I'm so upset to hear that your mother was 19 when she gave birth to you, because I might just be close to your grandmother. But anyway, let's just call it what it is.
No, my grandmother is born 1949. So I don't know if
okay, thank God I'm not okay. No, not at all. So I've been listening to these spaces since this thing started. First of all, I'm a lawyer, but I'm also a governance enthusiast. And I left Kenya 30 years ago because of Moi, exactly the same reason the youth is agitating for change. And I call myself an economic refugee. And I can understand why you people want different things. So that's where I'm coming from. I've been listening to these spaces, and KOT, you know that I have been the listening person quietly and sometimes loudly. And the one thing that I can say is that he's been consistent. Many people have come and gone. I quietly listen. I am a night owl, but I quietly listen. KOT has been consistent. But what I want to say more important is I've also supported KOT. And one of the things that has come across for me is that he has been very accountable and very responsive. And I've watched what he has done at grassroots level. And for me, I see results all the time. And where I come from with my work that I do in South Africa, consulting for the ANC, the EFF, and all the work that I do here, I think I see that kind of consistency of somebody who truly is a champion for change. And I'm not saying this because I've never even met KOT. KOT, I've never met you in my life, but I have watched you and I've watched various others. Kina Wanjiro, you have not gotten this meteoric rise. You have not been a Caswell. You have not been a Morara. And I'm not saying all these people are wrong, but what I'm saying is that you've been grounded as a person and consistent with your messaging. So I think you are somebody that I can back easily, and I have done it with my money and with my networks and with my knowledge, and I think you will acknowledge that. So one of the things I want to say is Kenyans, we need to be very introspective about the kind of leaders that we're choosing. Are we going to choose the flashy, the ones that are doing these big things, or are we going to choose the people who are grounded? I look at leaders like Okia Omtata, not flashy, but they've got a history of being consistent about fighting for our rights. Our leaders are a reflection of who we are. So sometimes we need to introspect very clearly about what we want for our future, and we need to choose leaders who are reflective of our values. And for me, that's important. So consistency for me is everything. People who are built to last, there are books that I always recommend, Built to Last and Good to Great. Shiny diamonds and shiny things are very interesting and very exciting, but how long do they last? When you look at gold, is it solid gold or is it plated gold? And I'm saying this not because I'm criticizing, I'm just saying let's be introspective. I think we have an opportunity right now as Kenyans going forward to choose a different breed of leaders. And I'm going to say this that is going to be controversial. Perhaps Ruto came in to teach us a lesson. Maybe he came in for a reason. We've been like a country that is frogs in a in a pot where we are just warming up since 1963. We're just frogs in a pot. It's been boiling, pole, 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 pole. It's been warming up. We didn't feel the pain. And then God decided to give us this horrible human being in the name of Ruto to make us jump out of the frying pan. And it's hot now. So I think we need to understand how blessings come in disguises. And then we must make hay where the sun shines. This is a massive lesson. And I've been listening to a few people who've been speaking. So what I'm hearing is that we have an opportunity now that we have finally learned our lessons. I am a Gen X. I left Kenya. I've been through the Kenyatta when I was a young child, and then I went through the Moi era. I was a Gen X when Moi was the leader of Kenya, and I left. And then now we are in a situation where we are realizing this boiling pot we've been in since 1963. It is time now to say enough is enough. Huyu Ruto ametuambia jump out. So no more. We need new leaders. I don't want to hear about Kalonzo Musyoka. I don't want to hear about all those old people. We must imagine, and I talk about Kenya reimagined. We must reimagine new leaders. We must reimagine leaders who have never been in the system. We don't want to hear about Jubilee, about Wiper Party. We don't want to hear about all these other people. We want to reimagine new leaders that have got new values that espouse to who we are. And for me, you, the youth of Kenya, I want to say to you, and I consult for the ANC right now, and we're in trouble in South Africa at the moment because we've been talking to the same old people. I want you young people of Kenya to reimagine a different Kenya, that you have the numbers, 20 million between the millennials and the Gen Zs. And for us, the Gen Xs who actually believe in what we believe, you have the numbers to actually change everything. Hii kitu imeenda. Let's not entertain the story of sijui. I was hearing somebody talking about Wiper party sijui. I don't even know. You're talking about the old stuff. Can we think about the KOT Sonkos? Can we think about the Wanjeros? Can we think about the, I don't know who else, DK? Can we think about everybody who has never been in the system? And we say, let's go vote for them. The elections in 2027, if we're going to have an election, it's not going to be about money. Kenya, you have proven that you are digital warriors. Let me tell you something. I'm doing my PhD in the evolution of governance in Africa led by the youth. The statistics are telling us that, number one, the numbers of Reject Finance Bill 2024 was 780 million impressions globally, the most successful campaign in the history of the internet. It tells me that elections is not going to be about money. It is going to be about an acceptance of who we agree. And when we rally behind those people we agree on, we will get them elected. The game has changed. This is my thesis, and I believe in you young people. And I want you people to imagine, don't sit here in spaces complaining. Take political power. Take political power, and let's get into a place where we have an agreement and work together. Because once we agree, it is this person, we are not, you don't need the money to go and steal to become leaders. This is your Senate and this is your parliament. So for me, that is just my my submission. Allow me to say that please read widely, take charge of politics, be consistent. The youth, this continent is dependent on you. My thesis is telling me everything that I have said. The governance of this continent is all about you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm sorry I cannot speak a lot of Swahili. It's in imeisha kidogo, but KOT, thank you so much. You know I've been behind you and I've always supported you because you have been the one that has been consistent. As people came in and went, you were the person that is still standing. Thank you so much for the opportunity I cede. Thank you.
Asante, Wanjiro, thank you. And I know KT sends a whole lot of love back to you and to anyone who's also continuously showed that support, both in sharing your thoughts, whether it's in actual support of resource or whatever kind of support that you've shown. So we do really appreciate, on behalf of QT, I appreciate that. Siko, niaje?
Yes. Poa sana, mko salama?
Kabisa.
I believe you guys are okay. Kioti, my good friend, DK, it's good you have kept this. Wacha niwashukuru. Kwanza ningeweza kusema Ruto must go. Tumesema Ruto must go na ni kama aendi. But he will. Let's not give up. We are not giving up anytime soon. Let him understand we are not giving up. Ataenda. Ruto siku moja ataenda. Reject Adani. We have to be very louder, more than louder, that Adani must go. Why should Adani go? Because we are not. I'm even shocked that today the court stopped the Katara. What is that? Si wanatuchezea. Koti gani? Koti ya Kenya ama kuna koti nyingine? Labda ni koti ya Ruto anyway. Cha tuseme hivyo. You see ile koti ya Kenya si tunajua. So we are so offended with this governance of William Ruto, and we are all crying that things are not working out as well as we expected. So what do? We have to stand up, we have to speak louder, and we have to agree on what we want. First, we have to take this political position. For myself, I've started my journey, and what I'll tell you is that the ground is not bad. These people are ready to understand the new blood. These people are willing to listen to the new blood. And who is this blood? It's we, the young people, who really understands the need of our brothers, of our younger brothers, of our parents, of our great-grandparents who are suffering down there. So we are the people, everyone is looking forward to see that tunaokoa hii Kenya. Because if we don't stand, hatutaweza. Mtu alikuwa ananiuliza mbona Ruto anapush Adani? My answer was very simple. Ruto anapenda pesa. So Adani wako na shares zake. Ukisikia Ruto anaongelea 92 billion, wewe jua hata labda 50 billion zake. So hizi pesa hizi zipata instant na anajiprepare akuwe na pesa zenye atatumia kuiba kura 2027, akuwe na pesa za kuhonga MPs, akuwe na pesa like this guy is very corrupt. So he needs a lot of money. And now who is going to give him this money? Na muliangusha finance bill. Ndio maana amekuja na very pressure mingi sana. Adani kuja. Ukiingia airport unipigie kama 200 billion. Ukiingia sijui Kenya Power huko kwa electricity na kupatia 92 billion, 15 zangu. Ruto is just looking for money because he understands that with money he can win, and that is the direction that this guy has taken. That is what I'll say about him going for these deals with Adani. It's all about money. He wants money. He doesn't care about Kenyans. He's not there to see that airport is doing good. He's there to get his shares and then do the rest with the money that he has. So he's a very corrupt person. He's a very dangerous person that you're dealing with, that everyone should be careful with. So anything that he's doing, he's not doing for the goodwill of Kenyans. No, don't be lied. Another thing, my brother, Sankala, Ruto doesn't listen. So at what level do you want us to tell him whatever he has to do? He doesn't. So hata tukimpata wapi, hezi tusikie ule jamaa. Mambo yake ni ngumu. So yeye dawa yake ni a left. Na muda si mrefu ata left. Tusikubali hizi stories zote wanatuletea, sijui extension of leadership, sijui what. Don't. We want Ruto to live and leave us in peace because we are already in pieces. So we just want him to live. Another thing, let's also focus, as much as we are focusing with the national leadership, can we go back and see what are our MPs doing? Because these are the people who are really failing us terribly. Can you go back and see what our governors are doing? Can you go back and see what our MCAs are doing? Then, with that, we'll be in a position to fight the national government. Because Ruto is using the MPs, he's using the senators to fight us. He's using these people to pass his own things the way he wants. So can we go back and start looking on what are these people doing? Back, then you realize that for sure we're in a problem. And the only solution we have is to rescue this country from this conmanship. Thank you so much and have a blessed night for those who will be sleeping. Thank you.
Asante Misiko, thank you. Jeffy, good evening.
Good evening. KOT, how are you, bro?
I'm fine, bro.
Yeah, I hope your day had been good. Najua tumeenda huko, you've submitted your, your hard copies, in the Senate. DK uko aje, bro?
Tuko salama ndugu, huko ni kudunga inject kama inavyofaa.
Asante. Thank you for the space. Thank you for the speakers panel and everyone who is listening. A good space that we are having and a very good conversation that we actually having here. Reject Adani deal protests. Maybe this is where I would start it from. I think the political class, and of course beginning from the head, which is the president, Ruto, ni kama sisi wa Kenya ni watu wajinga sana. And I remember there's a musician, sijui alikuwa anaitwa King Kaka, I don't know which year, alikuja akatuambia na nyinyi wa Kenya wenyewe mnakaa wajinga sana. And I wouldn't take fault for that because we have a political system that is so wired against the people to the degree that watu tu wamekubali that is the norm. Hatujai imagine or reimagine of a different sphere or space of reality yenye tunaweza ona vitu tofauti na vile zenye ziko sahi. You know, the reality. So this is where I'm going with that. I've talked to people over the week, and there was this push of the term limits, the presidential term limits from 5 to 7, and of course that applies to the whole of leadership. Kutoka MCA kwenda huko juu, women representative, we're talking about the governor, we're talking about the Senate, we're talking about the MPs, we're talking about the senators, all of those. And then I said, this is a charade that we have been treated to. It's a circus.
Na sijui ama ni mimi net yangu ama Jeffy unapotea kwa kila mtu, but mimi nakupoteza poteza. Sijui ama kuna mtu mwingine anapitia hiyo.
I think kila mtu
Yeah,
They
anampoteza
actually
because
know
even from my end simsikii vizuri.
it's unconstitutional.
Is there anyone
It
else
cannot
who's
happen
losing Jeffy?
without a
sure,
Jeffy,
sure. We can't hear him
referendum
well.
according to the
Jeffy, for some reason, for the last like a minute, you've been breaking, like a proper breaking. Eh? Can you hear me? Jeffy, can you hear me? Okay. Jeffy, kama unanisikia nitakuomba favor. Please just drop for just a second. Come back. I'll spare you your 2 minutes. I'll give you your 2 minutes again. Hopefully we'll get your net to go back venye inafaa. Sawa. I hope you can hear me, Jeffy. So just drop down and then come back. Hopefully itakuwa sawa. Niko na kina Kenda admin wamekaa, Rasji najua alikuwa amekaa akatusisitiza hapa hivi story za KOT kidogo. I know he'll want to give us a submission. But do allow me before I go on, for everyone who's listening, and KOT allow me as well, because I may beg to leave in about 5 or 10 minutes. I need to get some sleep. I have a bit of a day tomorrow, but I wanted to say two things. Number one, there's several people that have I don't know if it has applied to anybody else who has been vocal in different ways on these spaces who's probably gone through this. I think personally I have, and I'm only mentioning it now, not because I'm trying to make this about me, but I think it kind of also affiliates to several of us who've become common voices and common faces across the different spaces. When we continuously go through and through and you find us with certain particular persons, it is not that we are affiliating ourselves to friendships just for the sake of it. We are doing what people will continuously do as you go by is that people will levitate towards each other based on the principles and the values that they are sharing. If today I listen to Wanjira and Wanjira says something that I do not necessarily agree with, it does not mean I'll shut her out immediately. But the more I will continuously listen to her in different places, the more I'll know whether I'll levitate towards her line of thought or I'm going to go somewhere else. Whatever has been happening over the last couple of months in all these spaces, as nasty as it has been, not just the spaces, but even on X as a platform by itself and other social spaces, in my opinion, has been a certain level of unnecessary evil that I think should even continue to go on because it will continue to sieve off what the Bible used to call separating between the, used to be called the wheat and the chaff. It may be a nasty business to a certain level because, I mean, nobody really ever wants to be in fights. But in a movement like this, you're always going to have people who will have self-interests, interests of other people, and simply people who just want to be in the middle of the conversation. In the midst of all of that is when you start getting to know who are the people you're levitating towards the same direction with, and those who are not. Some you may need to call out and have them drop off the bus because you called them out, while others will simply fall out because they will not keep up with the bus. They will not keep up with the movement. They will not keep up with the transportation. They will not keep up with whatever it is that you're doing. And if you're keen enough in whatever we're doing here, that should be your guiding factor. Sure, we really want to fight for a better country. Absolutely, that's what we want. I mean, even though Kyoto has really made me feel so bloody as old, I always am very proud to say as a 35-year-old young man, that's what I want. Now I'm feeling very old just for saying that. But beyond that, I also want to levitate towards a good governance and a better country with people that I am sharing a like mind with. So that when I omit all this, and forgive my language, Coyote, when we omit all this bullshit that is in front of us in the form of leadership, then who do we replace that leadership with? It is people that I have levitated towards the same direction with. So both those who have clearly come out like Yoti and said, I want to be a leader in the midst of you. I want to be a leader in the National Assembly. Or another one that will stand and say, I want to be a leader in the County Assembly. Or those like me who have clearly said, I have no interest in any political seat, but I have every interest in supporting those who are like-minded like me in fashioning their message as a communications expert for them to reach the people that they want to reach in the right way. That's my business. And I think that's what Rusty was telling us a bit earlier, that that's what we need to each one of us find. So someone like Nigeria, when she's out there, and I'm hoping one day I get a chance to engage her in a bit more dialogue of a conversation, who has her own experience of governance, both having experience here in this country and what she practices there out there. She has something she can offer me at the table, either as simple advice or even just coming and calling me out and telling me, DK, Papa, this does not normally go like this, or this would be my thought. Or Wanjira can come and tell us, while nyinyi mnakimbia civic education ipande na mnakimbia hivyo, tunafanya hii mambo mahakamani, tafadhali mnapokimbia huko pia mnapokimbia kwa streets, muambia watu kwa streets that 11th November kutakuwa na hii na hii na happen Milimani, so let us be there. Or councillors that will come like we were speaking and saying, hey guys, as much as mna inject hivi vyote, mnajua mnatumia akili zenyu and you're only human beings, and I mean we are young, even Muse sounding like that I want to make myself old. We are young, my daughters are young, my family is very young, I'm just very newly married, so I have a life to enjoy to a certain degree. So when a counselor comes and tells me this is what I can offer, then it helps. So let us try and indulge ourselves in a way that we're levitating towards the same direction by understanding who we have the same principles with, drop off who we have to drop off. I'm feeling no pain at all dropping off whoever I need to drop off, because we're not here to make friends. We're here to make a better country. There's a difference between being out here to make friends. That's not the business we're in right now. We're in a business of making ourselves a better home. In the business of that, you make friends, sometimes you make enemies, sometimes you have people that you may not agree in certain places, but here we agree because we have one goal. Kioti, asante for always giving me a chance to co-host with you. I have to call it a night, but thank you to everybody who's been talking to us, and yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you so much, DK. And so, guys, I think in the next 13 minutes, I should also be winding up the space to go.
Kioti uko hapo?
Yeah, na
Nataka
niko hapa,
ni
najua huwezi
ukuje
kusikia.
niintroduce. Wacha niache Jeffy. Jeffy umerudi? Jeffy, I hope mic yako iko hot. Wacha nikurudishie.
Yeah, thank you.
Alafu
I hope I'm audible now. I think my network had a couple of technical hitches. But going from where I had, last left, I think this government has treated us to enough ridicule, to the place that we've been pushed so far to the wall that we cannot go beyond that wall, and the only resolve is either you fight back or you die. And I'm not normally a person who gives up really, in those circumstances, but I think we have taken out ourselves as the young people. We voiced out our cries and our demands very constitutionally, democratically. We went out with bottles and flags and just voiced out and said, this is what we don't want and this is what we want. We simply want good governance. We want transparency. We want accountability for our leaders, unarmed at all. And then we have over 60 people killed, shot at, dead. And then we're like, hey, is it commensurate? Like, is the force commensurate? Mtu akikuja na chupa na akuje na maji, akuje na flag na akuje na sauti yake, unampiga risasi, whether it's rubber bullet or it's live or you are sniping at them. It doesn't call for that. And then we were told the president is very ready, willing, and able to listen to the people. And we asked him of one thing: drop the finance bill, which he did. Second demand was, we want you to dissolve the cabinet. What did he do? If he was a listening person, he actually reshuffled the cabinet and reappointed it. So we've gone to the street several times, and I'm like, okay, why is it that now the youths are, getting very escalatingly, agitated to, using more force? This thing that we're being treated to as, it's called public participation. That is a charade. It's drama. It doesn't count. The day that they brought, you remember 2 weeks ago when they said, this public participation about the impeachment of the deputy president, you could see on mainstream media the whole feeling of all counties in the nation where we want both of them to go. If Gachagua goes, Ruto goes. Because if Gachagua is tribal, Ruto is more. If Gachagua is corrupt, Ruto is more. And for us, there's never one time we pushed for a hashtag of Gachagua should go. We went for Ruto must go. Not as a person, but the whole system should go because it's not working for us. That's why we came up with this idea of we need to drain the whole swamp. So that did not count. We were yet told that Wakenya walisema tu, a majority of them walisema Gachagua should go. That was not the case. Now, look at today. Watu walituma ma emails, watu wakaenda in person, wakasema tutaki hii 5 term limit iongezewe to 7 years, of service. What did Cherargei tell us today? He said 80% of the people who actually called him or messaged him, either on messages or WhatsApp, watu wote walikuwa wanamwambia tu wana support 7 years term limit. And I'm like, what? So you keep Kenyans so preoccupied. They are so busy. Watu wanajaribu kusubmit their their submissions and their comments, and all of them, they don't even count. So my question is this. Hii gava inataka tuongee language gani yenye wanaweza sikia? They don't listen when we follow the constitution, which they do not follow, because if they were constitutional in any way, we would not have all these abductions, killings, people being stacked up in paper bags. We find them in river yalas. People just die, and yet we have a rule of law. I don't think so. So this is how I want to end it for me. When you talk about Adani, ni venye wa Kenya, we are so lazy to find information and detail the nitty-gritties. How is it possible that we can, get foreigners? Why, for example, is anyone not asking the question, public participation ilikuwa wapi wakileta hizi vitu za 30 years? Like, we will be talking about this in 2048, ndo hii deal inafaa kuisha. And when we talk about Adani, we are talking about JKIA, which means all airports. We're talking about Ketraco, We are also talking about the Chief and Shah. Where was public participation here? How is it possible that a foreign company comes in, invests in our nation, takes 18% of annual profit? And they invested 1.85 million US dollars. That would translate 240 billion Kenya shillings. What that means is this. Adani will be collecting a revenue of 16.2 billion Kenya shillings annually. That is their projected profit. What do we call investment? Return on investment or return on equity. And according to those agreements and clauses, if they don't get their 18% profit back, that debt is transferred to the government. They have to meet that legal obligation. And when we talk about the government, kwani government inatoa wapi pesa? It's from the people. So it means more taxation. You get that? These are the things that we're not looking at. Mimi, I'm like, okay, Raila amekuja amesanitize Adani juzi. Akasema Adani is good. How old is Raila right now? Almost in his 80s. And that's why for me, I'm so fed up with this psychophancy. Ati mtu wetu amesema. As long as Raila or Ruto has said something, then it has to be right without interrogation of the details. Because in 30 years from now, Raila will be around 100 plus. The probability of whether or not he will be alive is very slim. So, kama anaweza kuja afanye agreement ya 30 years going forward, huyu ni mtu mwenye anaangalia self-interest yake now and here. If we accept this deal, he's looking at the millions and the billions of shillings that he is going to get from this loop right now, the loot. You get that? So maybe we need to wake up. I'm ready for 11-11. Tutokea twende milimani. This is going to be a great scandal.
Okay, thank you so much Jeff. And so guys, sijui kama umesikia Jeff kitu amesema on 11th November. We'll be going to Milimani Law Courts to give the backup to the lawyers who will be on the at Milimani Law Courts over the issue of Adani. So hiyo 11th we need to be there in large numbers. Hatuendi kuandamana, hatuendi kufanya kitu ingine, but we just going to ensure that we give those guys the backup and Adani must go. So nimewambia nataka at midnight East African time. Some of us will retire to bed, so we have like 4 minutes left on dot, then we call it a night for us wenye tuko Kenya na East Africa. So let me give it to who is this, Kimani and then Kenda. I think hao ndio watakuwa our last speakers on this panel.
Hi KOT, hi Kenyans, hi everyone. First nataka kusema I want to split this minutes with Kenda, but one thing nataka kusema from this discussion is that what we feel inside, kwa sababu tunaiona how these guys are carrying us for fools, and they know that we are angry enough, and that's the reason why kwa streets they are unleashing policemen on us to shoot at people. In the past protest, a friend of mine, ile siku ya Uhuru Park, as a cocktail, was shot on the leg using what could be a rubber bullet. What could we don't even know. It's as if wanatumia different weapons on us. But these are a clear show that first, William Ruto is afraid of the people, and the people are bold enough to say that whatever machinations that William Ruto is doing are not with the people, and the people have refused. But you see, what's happening right now is that the dictatorship will continue to push itself on us more and more. Na hiyo tunaiona, we know it. We've seen it on the streets. We've seen it with all the more than 62 people who've been killed, with the many more hundreds of people who are being reported missing. We are asking ourselves, are we not seeing this? Because I think it's enough. Enough is enough. Even trying, I give accolades to the people who went for participation today, but also in the back of our minds, we have to be asking ourselves, are we flogging a dead horse? Because ideally what we have is a dead horse in government. And what the people are saying is that we don't have the time or the interest of pushing them towards achieving what they want. So to cut the long story short, 11-11 tutakuwa pale kotini, as KOT Sonko has told us, hatuendi kuandamana, we're just going to give backup to our lawyers, and we know that these things are going to come back to us. Tusikufe moyo. There are things, many things. I think I invite us all to look at the cycle of movements. I think we're in a situation where we achieved what we achieved with the past protests, but it's also dawning on us Kenyans to know that the journey is still long, but also we have to walk the journey because I don't have any other choice. We don't have any other country. So in the long and short of it, KOT, thank you. Thank you, Anjiru. Thank you, everybody who's been to this space. Let's keep talking. We will find an answer very soon. Asante.
Okay, sawa Jeffy, I think I can go to Kenda. I can see our good friend Ras G. He wishes to continue with this space. So mi
nitamweka kama co-host, then honestly me from my side I just want to retire to bed because I've had a very very long day, but naweza acha the space running. Rasji will talk over because I'm a request sana from my end. So guys, before I go, ni nataka niwashukuru sana, but you guys know that I'm doing civic education from county to counties with my good friends. So next week we are going to Nyanza. We've organized in Kisumu, and then kuna Migori, alafu na kuna where is this place huko mali Orengo anatoka Siaya. And so hakuna mtu unisponsor bana ati sijui ni organization ama nini, it's from you guys. And so mimi nikienda kulala, if you wish to support that initiative on that day, nitaacha namba hapo. Hiyo namba inakwanga purely for that activity. So whenever you call for accountability, I always know what to do because that number hainanga kazi ingine. It's not my official number. And so nitaiacha hapo. If you wish to support us, kindly do that because tukikaa tu hapa tukiongea and not doing the action on the ground, and then we are failing. So me and a few friends, na pia kama kuna wengine hapa they wish to join us next week, we are going to Nyanza. Just come, then tunaweza tembea wote pamoja. Thank you.
Before you leave, may I just have a quick, just 1 second moment?
Okay.
I just want to let Kenyans know that worldwide campaigns of this nature are actually founded, they are financed by people, they are financed by citizens. If we don't finance them, then we expect them to steal from the sovereign to pay for them. Guys, when people like KOT who are accountable, they are dependable, they are consistent, let us be the ones to support them. Look at the US, look at South Africa, look at everywhere. They don't need to be the robbers of our sovereign. We, the people, must be the ones to finance it. So I'm just calling upon yourselves. I have put my money where my mouth with it, KOT Sonko, because he has been accountable, and I'm a lawyer, and I am a bitch, and he has been completely consistent. So please put your money where your mouths are. Otherwise, you know what? We will end up having the same politicians who are going to steal money from the sovereign to run for campaigns. Let's support people who are like KOT. Thank you. Just my statement.
Okay. Thank you so much, Wanjira. Wanjiru, I mean. So, guys, honestly, I want to wish you guys a very great night and a great evening to those in diaspora. Wacha tuendelee kuungana pamoja. Let me just take a rest kidogo, then we'll continue in the next few hours, like 6 and 7 hours to come.
Thank you so much, KOT. That has been KOT. I requested that we continue because Kitambo, we used to do it, and we used to do it especially for diaspora family, for our diaspora people. I know these are the moments, you remember when KOT used to take a break at this particular time. I think Toria and Binti. Now that Toria and Binti are not around, and we want to maintain the consistency, because people must keep on talking. We must keep on encouraging each other. We know we want to appreciate everything that the diaspora family are doing. And that's why KOT is personally appealing for you guys. In this journey, we need to be together. All of us, we need to be together. We need to show our patriotism. We need to show our unity, because those are the only things that can make us defeat this regime. So as our brother prepares to go to Nyanza, that is Nyanza counties. He has mentioned the counties, and this is another wonderful region that really requires civic education, because this is an area that has has been living under instruction of one individual who is in government. So those people need to be told. Some might not be knowing about Adani, some might not be knowing about what is happening in their counties. So as KOT appeals for your help, thanks for the good work Wanjiru and others are doing. We really appreciate that. So when the young people of this nation, as young as KOT and others, those people who are aspiring to be leaders of tomorrow, KOT is aspiring to be a member of parliament in his backyard. I'm also aspiring to be a member of parliament here in Nairobi, and I believe everything is possible. So we are counting on your help. We are counting on your encouragement. So let us do this together. So I'll be with you in our next section. I hope God gives us the energy to carry on, because in everything we have to keep on hoping on God. So I don't know where to start exactly, because I can see Wanjiru hand is already up. I don't know if it is a counter. Can see Kenda had spoken. I'm just somebody called and Nyoike had just spoken. I know he had not finished with his submission, but I wanted to start somewhere different. But before maybe I go different, Wanjiru, what is this that you'd want to say? Is it something that you wanted to say to KOT? KOT, can you confirm whether our mics are working? Wanyoike, you can hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, Jeffy, you can hear me? Oh, Wanjiru hand is up. I don't know. Maybe amekosea
No,
sija.
my mistake. I need to cede. I need to cede.
Okay, you need to say something?
No. I was done. Sorry.
Oh, you are done. Thank you so much. And we've said that we really appreciate what you're doing. Thank you so much. A very important role you're playing. Now, Eric, I would want to
Yes,
start
yes,
with you.
yes. Good
Can you?
evening, Russ. You getting me?
Yes, loud and clear. I can get you. Go on, submit.
Thank you very much, guys, for giving me this opportunity, at least to give you some energy on this fighting and liberating our country thus this far. Um, Mine is to talk about the trend I've just been seeing about electioneering period. That is the time things really, really go very fast. And if you are not keen and careful enough, then we'll still see the current president back the seat. Now, there are a number of issues I would like to raise here. Number one, as much as we would wish to inform our people in the backyard on the importance of changing this government, the current government, another very important issue is we as citizens, we need to rise up and and uh, and uh, during that electioneering day, things really happen a lot. A lot of things happen. There's money changing hands. There are ballot papers brought in from different quarters after people have voted and being sneaked in and marked already. Or there are numbers that are being skewed here and there to make sure that the incumbent people are brought back to the seat. And it is a worrying trend that you guys, as we are trying to fight on things that are ailing us as youth, I'm just fearing that the people we are just fighting will just come back using our money taxes that they are stealing now to come and bribe their way back to power. Number one, there's this issue of IEBC, you know. There's a trend I saw sometimes back and on the last election, and I saw it coming, and these politicians are using it very much. You see, they get the number of people in a certain area, they get their IDs, or they get their, if they are registered as voters, they get them, they contact them wherever they are, they surrender their IDs to these people, they do whatever they do with it, you know. That is where these booklets of IBC go into their hand, and it is not found easily. They give out a lot of cash for it to be found. So those booklets are going to be marked with these people's ID, and they are going to be they bribe the returning officer of that county, regional. I think the central one of that county. They're going to take those ballot papers to those places, and they will be counted, and they will be tallied, and results announced. As they do so, they already run directly to IBC headquarters to go and be ready to be given a certificate, because if he or she delays, then things may change along the way. So there are a number of issues of that kind that I saw on the last general elections, like 2017, 2022. I saw the same trend. In 2007, I saw the same, and then I became very much concerned and agitated. You know, Kenyans do not make their votes count. That is the real issue. And then the issues of these servers, especially for these presidential issues, it is never clear. Whatever
Eric,
happens with
Eric,
those things,
Eric, Eric,
it is
Eric,
never clear.
Pole, Pole.
Yes,
Eric, you can hear me. You can hear me.
yes, yes, yes.
Now, those are, I think, those are very, very, very wonderful stories. Very, very wonderful, and I don't dispute anything. But I want us to talk of the current problems that we are facing as a country, and how we can handle that, because I know everybody knows the history of our elections and all that, but I also want you to send a message of hope to Kenyans. Don't talk from a perspective, unajua mimi sasa mahali hata nimefika naona ni kama hatuna mwangaza. No, 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 no. That should not be the mood of the movement. Yeah, we are here. We know all those faces. We know what happens. You have explained gonna happen hivi, but Kenyans are looking on. We are here to, unielewa? We are here to encourage one another. It's not, we cannot put a situation ati tunakaa nikaa tunaonesha ati Ruto is this somebody that is very much organized in a manner. I think if you saw even today, I want you to reflect on these three things, and I want all the speakers that are coming. Like today, a CS, a cabinet secretary, last night aliamuka tu aka-advertise akasema today in KICC there are jobs, Kenyans, young people should come and apply. And today I saw the CS at KICC smiling with, when you see kids holding their papers. And I'm not saying the Middle East ati kutafuta kazi ni mbaya, but we all know what happens in the Middle East, the very many cases zimerudi nyumbani. But these are our young girls and boys whom this administration, when you go to their manifesto, they promised creating jobs in our own country, lakini juu wameshindwa hiyo kazi, they now want to export the people, the young people of Kenya, who in their anger demonstrated their anger during the finance protests. Lakini sasa wamefika mahali, the only solution wanaona, it is exporting them. I want you to carry, you see, those are the things, manelewa. But let us forget about kwanza, because the way I'm trying to get you, una explain vile election inaibiwangwa na nini, so let us cross. Currently we have even not constituted the IEBC, and it has been done intentionally. So me, I want to hear a Kenyan encouraging other Kenyans, particularly on solution on how to get this system out of power. But to see kuwe na hiyo mood, that one I'm just saying on a lighter note. So I think if you can, if you can understand me, any other person who is on the speaker panel, yeah, let us just encourage one another. Let's avoid because I've realized even in other spaces, there are people, and I'm not saying Eric, you are one of them. There are people who have changed the narrative. Huh? There are people who come, they talk, but at the tail end of it, they make it look like it is impossible getting this regime out of power. Because there are people we believe the blood of our freedom fighters, they still run in our veins. We are capable of chasing William Ruto out of power and taking back our country. Carry on, Eric, as you learned, as I try to accommodate others.
Yeah, thank you. I was just bringing that point, and so that as we do civic education, we also see how we can counter all those things that bring bad people, bad leaders back to our office spaces. Now, yeah, there are things that can be done. We can do it, and we are going to do it. And I personally, wherever I am, I've always tried to speak to the border borders that carry people, these border borders that during electioneering period are the ones being given fuel to go and sing and do some sort of things and then change the narrative of the electioneering period. So I've always talked to people, and we can do this, all of us. Wherever I go, I tell people, whatever you've done in the past election, please, this coming one, do not be swayed. Do not be swayed with the money that comes and start doing things that are not contrary to what we are advocating right now. Because the suffering that we are going to get after we elect bad people is going to affect all of us, not just the person that did not vote for that person. Now, there's a number of another thing that came up like the other few days, and somebody is just saying that they should add these terms, presidential terms, MPs, MCAs terms. Guys. And I saw Gerard Gay today. I don't know, he responded by saying that 80% of Kenyans said they are supporting the extension term for these politicians. And I know for a fact that Kenyans, 100% of them do not even want to hear such kind of things. There are problems that are facing Kenyans now. And we are the youths that are waking up to put these leaders on check, because there's no one there. Even the people who used to speak for us do not speak for us anymore, because they have also mouth to feed on. So I would like to encourage all of us here that whatever we do every day, each day we wake up, we find people, we talk to them, we share the issues, the pressing issues of the day to day. like these things, like these fuel issues. Been told that when you go to a petrol station, you're supposed to get an ETR for your fuel, the fuel you've consumed at that petrol station that time. So, guys, we should inject more on pushing for more reforms in this country, because this current government is not going to hear anything about helping Mwananchi at all. If we push them harder, we will win this thing. Thank you very much, Ras.
Thank you, Eric. Though the elders you have put on hold, I had given you 3 minutes. You have consumed 10. So, Kenda, your hand has been up. Kenda.
Okay, Rasji. Mimi sikuwa nimeongea, nilikaunta-atakiwa, but thank you for the chance. Okay, for me,
Umechukua dakika 3. Nataka utumie dakika 3. Si tuko sawa? Kenda. You have disappeared again. Kenda, I'm saying you have 3 minutes, so I'll be a bit strict with time because I can see I don't want the diaspora people to. There is something I'm checking with the diaspora, so I would want Kenda to take 3 people. 3. Seems Kenda has disappeared. Pius, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go on. 3 minutes.
Mine is very simple, very clear. You see, this Shah and the chef, ziaborishiwe pia. LSK take the same action with the, like they have done with the Adani group. They abolish that Shah and the chief. We need to go back to NHIF, and they do what is called they clean up in NHIF. Goodbye.
Thank you for being very brief and very important. You have reminded me. I don't. First, we need to laud also the people who have played a very, very important role in taking this Adani issue to court. And most of them were just born here on Spaces. You remember somebody like Anthony. Though Anthony has gone with the TJ. There's TJ, and we want to really laud LSK in all these issues. LSK has played a very, very, very important role in the struggle, in the movement. I remember, I think, was it 2 days ago? 2 days ago, if KOT is still asleep or still on, can confirm, LSK bailed out more than 120 students who had been arrested by this very administration on the basis of just asking for their rights in school. So LSK is playing a very important role, and it is our hope also that LSK can be enjoined in these other petitions that Kenyans have gone to seek justice in the corridors of justice. So it is my hope that LSK, Mungu wasaidie wasifike mahali wakachoka, and I think that's how we are winning. So it's also my wish that LSK can be enjoined as a petition also in SHA and these other many, because so many Kenyans are in the courts in different issues pertaining injustices and impunity castigated by this regime. So thank you for Pius for being very brief. Hakuna mtu mwandaa kuongea, sioni wakina Baba Daniel. Nobody is requesting. Request through the co-host, because I think the host KOT has taken a break. Maybe you can request the mic through that. Wanyoike, unataka kusema kitu? Ongea.
Wachani request as other people get prepared briefly. In terms of Kenya umeraise sahi, I think cha ukweli kuongea ni kujiuliza what is really going on. Do we have a sane government? Because if simple things kama shisha, watu wanaziita shisha, like in the end, what is the end game that they're looking at? Mi leo nilikuwa nafikiria, like I just watched news this evening when they were talking about how people are suffering going to hospitals, expecting that they're going to be served as they used to. Then something crossed my mind. Was she, Sha, she, whatever, was the real intention by the powers that be ya kukula pesa ya wananchi? Because the big question, I was looking at my NHIF before they forced us into this kind of nonsense. And ukiangalia contributions, not that I've used that money in any way for the longest time that I started contributing for NHIF. But no one is coming to tell us hii pesa inaenda wapi. Like our contributions that have been done for maybe, if I could talk for myself, I think we will contribute for the last close to 12 years consistently, every month in and out. So where does the one thing that has not come out clearly is, for most Kenyans, pesa contribution zao za NHIF zinaenda wapi? Because if you go to hospital right now, Kenyans are being turned away. Na hiyo ni very painful to see and to witness. And to imagine that there are people who are seated somewhere in the seats of power saying that, elected saying that they were going to provide healthcare for all, only to subject their citizens to such suffering today. That is beyond insanity. Ile ukweli, and we need to be asking ourselves whether we have a sane government in power. And if we do, then we have to ask ourselves, what does sanity really mean, if that's the case? And if we don't have a sane government in power, we have to ask ourselves as Kenyans, how do we end the suffering? And to end the suffering is just to make it sure that we get our country back. There are not ways about it. And I feel that if we can stand for something, let's at least stand even for our parents. Because si sasa ndio tuna witness wakisafa for things that have happened, issues that have affected them health wise. Vitu ni mingi, mambo ni mengi for many Kenyans, only to be subjected to this. You can imagine they have worked all their lives, paid the taxes all their lives. Some of them are children of people who fought for independence. Now, when they heard the stories of their fathers, walikuwa wanajua like, and their fathers and mothers, walikuwa wanajua like, yeah, we have independence, now we have the chance to do it. I don't blame them. I don't blame the bloomers, because for them walikuwa wanajua we've crossed a certain path and we cannot go back. But now they're witnessing it in their old age. Is it acceptable? Like, this is just not acceptable. I yield the mic. Na hata mimi ndakuwa nasikiza, but yeah, I'm very emotional right now, but I think we just can't afford to. We have many people in this space. If we all pulled together rather than separate na kutafuta siasa ndogo ndogo za pull each other down, we can work this thing out once and for all. Asante.
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. I want to welcome I can see Nonini has joined us, and just by seeing you imenikumbusha kitu. Imenikumbusha kitu. I don't know if he has disappeared, and there are things that are happening. I don't know if you watched Madaraka. Was it Mashujaa Day? Mashujaa Day. The reason why I had seen Nonini down here, I wanted to ask him what is his perception here when we saw those boys that composed one of the songs that we used during the anti-finance bill, Anguka Nayo. Huh? And this is a tactic that is being used by the state, na ndio unaona pia inatumika huku kwetu. We move as a movement, but some of us are able to be drawn or to be, or some of us are like the Lord's wife. Yeah, unaangalia nyuma, there are things that distract you. You know what I mean by there are things that distract you. So lazima tukae tujue, unajua safari si yetu. We are not doing it even for ourselves. We are not even doing it for ourselves. We are doing for a generation, our children. Umeelewa? Tunafanyia watu. So this is a selfless, yani lazima ujinyime. Kenyans will have to go an extra mile kujinyima vitu mingi. There might be a few, many of them are, they are maybe asleep, others are partying, but Kenyans, I know, we know ourselves. Kenyans will work, they are very hardworking, and that's why you see this country is very rich. This is the only country where politicians can loot. We go, for some of us, to read history, how the country was looted by the so Nyayo came in, looted it for 24 years. Kibaki came a little bit kukaa hivi, but it is a country that never falls. Hata wakiiba aje, hata sasa hivi bado wanaendelea kuiba. Nika country, it tells us that we have a lot, even if we don't have oil and these other natural resources. This country has a lot of hardworking people. Unaona ile labor yenye tu tuko nayo, the amount of labor. That's why you see Kenyans are outside there toiling and working hard. But at home we have other bunch of hyenas wenye kazi yao tu ni kungojea ushuru wetu, wanaiba na wanafanya kila kitu. So I brought that point across because I had seen Nonini here on the panel, and it's so sad. It was so sad for me even to watch those boys that sang that song Anguka Nayo, and I know it is not their wish. I know Itumbi is very good in doing that. He's very good in looking for opportunities, telling William Ruto, unajua tutaenda tutafute. So I think bigger artists and the artists who have been in the movement, who have composed songs for the movement like Nonini, I wanted to hear from him. What is he doing to make sure that these boys don't get out of line? Because there are gigs that hata kama ni pesa, unaelewa, they don't go well. Unaelewa, they will not go well even with the public. But I don't know if he's still there. But let me hear from Robert. Robert, it's like an open mic. The bottom line is Ruto must go. So talk to us.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Uh, Thank you so much. Now, I think one of the things that we need to address, there are a series of challenges that we need to address, but I think we should have a priority. Which one should come first after the other? Of course, if you start listing them from the problems you have now up to IEBC, we will not finish today. So the ones that need immediate attention, to me, my first priority should be the civic education, because these things used to happen before, and then the demonstration at least woke some of us up, but there are even more things that are still going on. So if
Are you still there? Daniel, can you hear him? Ama ameenda wapi?
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm scared.
Am I audible?
Have we...
No, I can't hear him. I can hear you, but I can't hear him. I think I don't know. I don't know whether it's just
Naskika.
right now.
Naskika?
Yeah, Robert.
Robert.
Yes.
Can you do me a favor? Unaenda, you keep going. Nika volume inaenda kuisha. Can you just do me a favor and check something for me? Can you check the volume of your PC? Is it automatically adjusting downwards?
The volume
Yeah,
should be right now.
endelea kuongea as you look at it, and then tell me whether it's going to adjust downwards. Because mine was doing that on multiple spaces. Just as you talk, just keep looking at the volume thing.
Okay, okay. I'm actually using a tab. I don't know whether I'm now audible enough.
Yeah. That is better now. That is better. Go on. Remember.
Okay. Yeah, so I was saying that the bigger part that we need to concentrate on right now is civic education. If we know how we can take action, how we can come together and act immediately, I think we can stop a lot of things from happening. Because even this Adani deal, if we are to act, then we can do something that Adani can even run themselves without anybody telling them to go. But since that there is that chance of entertaining.
He's gone again. Daniel? 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 Mm-hmm. Nyoike?
Nakusikia, niongee.
Not you onge. Ni hawa jamaa. You know, I don't know what is happening with the mics. Yeah. Robert again is back.
It was the
Robert.
same on Mizani's, even on Mizani's. I was on Mizani 254's space. That kept happening also. But
Robert, are you
nalisikia
done?
ukitumia mobile phone iko sawa, but if you're on a PC or something like a tab or a Mac, I noticed that.
Okay. I want Robert to be checking on what is happening on his end with the PC and Nini. I think Wanyoike mic is very clear. So Wanyoike carry on as Robert does his thing, so that we don't have tusipoteze time sana. I want to bring some other people to also occupy the speaker panel. So as Robert checks, Nyoike, finish. Nyoike maliza, ni wewe.
Mi nilikuwa nimemaliza. I think you can hand the mic to someone else.
It was Daniel, or either you or Dan. Did you have anything?
Yeah, I did. I think okay. Number one, okay. First of all, I really appreciate the fact that we're showing some wins. You know, because guys were getting so deep. Guys didn't know what was happening in court. In case you people don't know, people did not know what was happening in the courts. People are finding out now about the court case. And I even remember we were with Tony Gashoka on his space, na nikamwambia you need to blow up the Adani story so that people actually know, so that they can actually see that there's a fight being fought. And I think they took up that because I remember watu walikuwa wanamwambia we don't know about it, and I think they went on in the back end and they blew it up. So I'm happy to see that these small wins mean a lot, because especially after guys saw this guy is winning shift. But the thing I love about this whole situation is that Ruto makes one step, but because he's sociopathic, he makes another messed up step somewhere else. Like right now, if you're looking at the cops, they're pissed off as hell. I'm pretty sure hata sahii tukienda maandamano I think hata wanaweza katuletea maji. I'm just saying. Sahii I think hata wanaweza katuangalia hadi watupatie maji because of how pissed off they are. Like because the government is the thing I wanted to comment about is these jobs to the Middle East. I mean, I don't know why people are selling them as a good thing, but you need to know two things. Majority of the European world is running out of human beings, and we are seeing. I think history will look at this age as the age of African voluntary exportation of slavery, which is what this guy is doing. Because the mines that are supposed to be built in Kenya, they're the ones he's going to send there to do meager jobs that the people there don't want to do. So what's going to happen is that they're going to reduce the amount of money the employers there are paying people so that they can make more money. And then they'll take the more money, the money that they're making, they're going to put them in banks, and then they're going to lend them to the actual Europeans who live there. And those people will have more money. So they're actually reducing the wages because they cannot be able to pay their people lower wages. So they're actually getting this group of human beings from Africa to come and lower the wages to keep their economies competitive. And I don't know why no one is talking about these guys. You see the corporates in those places. If you have to hire a European, you have to pay them way more money, including benefits, retirement, all that stuff. But when you have a Kenyan, you just give them their money, wataenda kujenga kanyumba kake kwa village at a fraction of the cost. So what this guy is doing, he's literally selling out his own people as slave labor to build another nation, to maximize the profits of that nation so that they can keep the wages low and keep the profits high for the corporates that need them. Then those corporates bank that money in European banks, which then give the Europeans debt, which they can be able to buy better houses. The guys who are actually the middle class, they get more money. They are able to sustain the economy through us. Meanwhile, our country is exactly where when the people are leaving the country, they will find the country in the same exact messed up state they left it in. No schools, no hospitals. Everything is expensive. Businesses are closing down. You're literally not building your own land. And I don't even know. I don't think we've ever had a more sickening human being as president, because this guy is quite honestly the most sickening human being we ever had. And they are going to do it gladly. He's going to sell off his own people as slave labor for years because Europe needs it. And this time, Europe doesn't need to colonize us, doesn't need to come and bring ships and take us. Our own president will literally sign us off and send us there. Yes.
Nice, 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 nice. Um, now I wanted Daniel before he he disappears. Now, what is Kozoko? What are people like Bill Gates doing in Kenya? What are people like Bill Gates doing in Kenya?
Bill
Because
Gates,
now,
they're here for the land. They're here for the land. Number one, and number two, okay. I don't know whether you guys watched this. There was actually a press briefing in the US. I can't remember which date. I wish I knew which date. Then you can go and check out. You know the way the US, the reporters, the White House. I think I don't know who they are. Those guys who talk to the media and then they get asked questions every day. And on that day, they were speaking specifically about Kenya. It was right around when Ruto had come in and the relations were really good. And a reporter asked, I wish I could get that video. A reporter asked something about our relationship with Kenya, because rumors had gone by that Ruto was going to come there for a state visit, etc. And here's what that guy said: we want to use Kenya as a benchmark on how we're going to change our policy for the entire continent. Okay, they wanted to use us as a testing ground for their new Africa policy, because China had come in and completely removed them. Russia and EU, it's removing the French. So even there's also another speech by a European, the what is his name? It's not Tusk, the other guy, the older guy, the one that said this is a garden and the rest of the world is a forest. That guy. There's also a comment he made. But this one is about the Americans. They say they want to use Kenya. They specifically say they want to use Kenya as a testing ground for their new Africa policy. Then the European guys said that we are now considering a new policy with Africa. We are now considering our relation with Africa and we are looking to amend our policy to Africa. Guess where the Ruto was talking the immediate next week that guy said that? The guy was in the EU Parliament giving a speech. If you look at that period, you will see the comment by the American. Like this guy is literally, he's being used for the West to test their new policy in Africa. So what happens here is what they're going to spread to all the other countries that they can be able to like wiggle or put under their chain. And this guy is literally giving us up. Like he's literally selling us out. Like I wish I know we hate Uhuru, but I think we have to admit this guy's worse. Like at least like okay, this guy's worse.
Okay. Daniel, as before I welcome Ras on the Nini. I think back here at home, everybody, I think kila mtu amekuwa akijua ama kila mtu amekuwa akiambiwa we are dealing with a president who is not only doing bidding in the entire continent of Africa for the European Union. The other day, I think 2 days ago, we saw Meg Whitman, the US ambassador, visit the IEBC, offices. I don't know. I think Kenyans have been calling for the reconstitution and the reconstitution of the IEBC, but they are very quick to respond when ambassadors, especially these ones from the European Union, raise issues with the government. And the government is always quick to respond because on the same day, it is on the same day that William Ruto also responded on the term limit issue, saying that he will not allow any kind of mutilation or disrespect of our constitution. But we all know that those are lies. So I will agree with you to a big extent that we have a very big hand and a very big influence, especially on our democracy, on our way of life here in Kenya by the West, and more particularly by the United States of America. I don't know what the people of Kenya want, because I'm that kind of person who still believes that even the democracy that we talk about.
But you see, sorry to interrupt. We're going to have around 2 years of incredible, like psyops are going to be the order of the day. Let me just tell you the truth. If you know what psyops are, we are about to get bombarded by them. The first psyop is what we're seeing with stupid legislation. That one is pretty obvious, okay, to people who know, but to most of the population, they don't know it's psyops. They just see, just if you think the extension of presidential terms was a ridiculous bill, ngoja uone zenye zitakuja. Because what's going to happen is that the more we are not exhausted, the more ridiculous the bills will be. There's a bill that's coming in right now that's going to, I was reading it today. If the bill for protest has already come in, there's the bill for, like, what is the other ridiculous bill that I saw that we're supposed to be fighting this week? Expect stupid, ridiculous bills to come through parliament because they want you, Ruto wants you to be angry until you get exhausted. Okay? That is the first psyops. The second thing will be populist things. He's going to have, we just expect by next, immediately ameanza kurudi juu ya gari, expect a lot of freebies. A lot of stupid freebies like sijui unga imeenda chini, sijui wamama wamepewa pesa ya kufanya nini. Just expect some populist shit which is going to like regulate that anger. Kama wale wa Nigeria walienda Kuraya wakapewa bag ya mchele wakarudi home. Expect shit like that, a lot of it. Then after that is going to be surveillance. Buda boss, kwanza, you can hear me, right? Ras.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, the next thing is surveillance. Kwanza, we were just on another space talking about that this bill for dinging IMAs. And I was telling guys it has nothing to do with taxes. I was even explaining to them because I worked for a telco for years, so I actually know it has nothing to do with taxes. They just want to have a way to be able to like they can clone your phone, hijack your phone. Like they want to be able to have better control over what you're doing. Like because what you need to know about a mobile device is that it's just a Linux machine. There's nothing special about your mobile device. It's just a small Linux machine that has applications that are running on very, very unsecure uh, tiny databases called SQLite. That's all your phone is. It's just a Linux box, and then the operating system is just it's just a Java application that takes over the entire screen. And then you're not able to access the other parts of the Linux machine. So all they're doing right now, once they have their IMEI, they're able to they can be able to do so many things like turn on your mic. They can be able to go into your that SQL database, into your WhatsApp, go into your Twitter, go into your TikTok, like because all this your phone catches all these things on your phone. Like all they are doing is trying to have a legal database that does not go through Safaricom, because if they keep going through Safaricom is going to face backlash, and they don't want to mess their business. So what the government is doing, it wants a legal binding, like a legally set up database of phone IMEIs that they can be able to prevent, like they have legal right why they have it. So once they have those IMEIs, they're then going to flood the ones they already have, which is all our IMEIs, into that database. And then the government also has another system called IPRS, which is the one where all the telcos register. That's where whenever you register a SIM card, where Safaricom gets your ID and your name from, it's a system called IPRS. And it's also, if you can even get access to it. You can register to get access to it. It has all phone numbers and their IDs and the name. Now, the government already has that. Now, it wants a database of IMEIs where it can be able to cross-reference. This IMEI is active. Who's using it? It just makes a simple query to Safaricom, gets the IMEI, and then it tags you. So that every single IMEI is attached to a phone number, and they have their own system. They don't have to go to Safaricom. It has nothing to do with taxes. It's 100% surveillance. That's number one. That's number three now. Number three is going to be surveillance, and then number four, that one I don't know how they're going to do it, but it's going to be like just brute force suppression, which I don't think. Which I just feel sad because a lot of people might disappear. Like that's my own opinion. But that's what I see. Stupid legislation. Then you're going to have populist things. Then you're going to have like surveillance, and then after that, just brute force suppression. That's how I see it going.
Wah. You're making some of us afraid. Unajua tulikuwa tumeona hiyo bill tukadhania tu ni kitu. If that is the plan, then
If there's ever a bill to fight, it's this one.
anyway, those are things that we will try and fight them in the corridors of justice. I wish. I think tomorrow, I think there will be a big audience during the day. I hope what Daniel has just explained. I wish we can get others who are not here, especially Kenyans, because unaelewa masaa yao. I think it will be very, very, very much important. I think I'll engage you baadaye on how we can arrange whether it will be on KOT space or any other space, so that you can highlight some of these things. It's very important. Yeah, you can see we have everything. We have everything in the movement. We have technology in the movement. Tuko na madaktari, tuko na maloya. We are all covered. The only thing that is remaining is liberating the country. It's only that. In fact, hii ingine ndio ilikuwa kazi ngumu. Getting all these minds together is the hardest. Hiyo ndio kazi ngumu. But kuliberate to country It's very easy because it only takes our unity. Unity. It is just our unity. Unity. Because once we are divided, then the enemy will always stay at afloat. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted other people to request mics. I want to hear new voices. Yeah. Sahara, Zach, Pauline. There are people who are always good. They want to stay at the listeners panel. Let us close. Let us close the space with a lot of energy, with a lot of encouragement. And there are so many names. Yeah, they are very, very beautiful name I can see here. Kindly speak as we close. We can have 3 speakers speak so that we can close and wait for tomorrow. Anybody who would want to? Ras, can you go?
Yeah, man. Yeah, much respect. I really appreciate. Yeah, ili kiasi. Kwa job nimeingia sahi. It's very late, but yeah, I've been listening to you guys for long time. Nani space nyingine and this space of KOT. You guys, you are unsung heroes. Uh, I really appreciate. Sisi kama watu wa diaspora, we are looking upon you guys. Mkituambia ni left, then ni left. Mkituambia ni right, ni right. We always supporting you guys. But yeah, I can see now, nafikiria ni mambo mengi sana ambayo yamefanyika. These guys, hiyo legitimate government imekuwa very brutal, you know. Saa hii naona kidogo maandamano kidogo amerudi chini, so we are really, you know, ready for our country. We need a new Kenya. RSG, KOT, I can say without any doubt, KOT ni kama brain wa movement kwa sababu he's, you know, one of the top guys. He's very consistent. Wengine wanajitokezea wanaenda, maybe others are just cloud chasers, but KOT, RSG na wengine wale kina Beat Africa, you guys, you are real, you know, we are looking at you guys and we are ready to, you know, to support you for the good cause. So yeah, kitu ambacho ningependa pia kukuuliza wewe Ras, sijui at the moment, manake naona kuna a lot of divisions. Tafadhali ningeomba sana kidogo kama unaweza kunifafanulia, because you guys you are on the ground. Kuna a lot of divisions, kuna hizi, you know, a lot of spaces. Unaona KOT atafungua hii, kuna mara huu jamaa mwingine kama Pipita. Okay, Pipita labda maybe it's just, you know, ni nani yake nyingine hiyo, kama ni ya radio whatever, but yeah, it's, you know, anaongea tu kuhusu nani, yani the same thing. Utakuta nani wengine kule, utakuta wao wengine kina Gachoka and all that, you know. So kitu ambacho nataka nikuulize wewe, what really happened? Kwa sababu from June we were very united, lakini sasa sijui kama ndio nasema ni government, but ni kama sijui kama nawaita big wig or kina nani wanaitwaje, kina Osama au kina Otero kuna jamaa ule mwingine Kimuzi, those guys were like forefront. Kuna hao wengine hao kina nani wanaitwaje, kina Mwangi, kina Hanifa, sijawaona kwenye spaces, unaona. and all these guys we really supported them. Alafu akaja huyu recently kijana mwingine huyu nani Morara, unaona, alafu all of a sudden just disappeared. We really supported, you know. So what really happened? Na sahii Rasji, what's next? Kuna nyinyi mnakuwa mna hiyo communication kweli ya kuunganisha nani Wakenya wote sasa at the moment, kwa sababu nimesikiza sana space nyingi, unaona. So are you guys really willing to like nani kurudisha nani motisha, ile confidence ama moral kama wa 2 months or 3 months ago, ili yani kila mtu ajisikie yani let's just fight for Kenyans, ama what really happened, kwa sababu we are really looking for you guys. Hapa pia huwa tunajitahidi, tunaenda huku, tunapiga piga kelele huku, sisi huku hatusumbuliwi. We really know how you guys you go through, na hao watu wa Masubaru nini hayo, ninajua kila kitu, but how are you going to counterattack? How are you going to overcome that? Na mta mko na mpango wa kukusanyana nani au ambao wanaitwa ni nani influencers ambao wako na followers, ambao it's very easy kufanya hiyo mobilization, alafu sisi tukawa tunaweza kuwa support. Sitaki kuongea sana ama kurant, but yeah, those are just only one or two questions that naweza nikuulize wewe ndugu yangu, kwa sababu huyu kijana ambaye naona sijui kama alikuja at the moment sijui pia naye um, yuko vipi. Is he an agent of wa serikali, ama ni vile tu ameweka ameunda chama chake, alafu anataka tu kufanya mambo yake, he's just a politician, because at the moment sisi hatujui. Uh, Nitaachia hapo ndugu yangu. Naomba Rasji uweze kunijibu kwa hiyo, please. Rasji, are you gone? Hello? Hello?
Ras, are you there, Ras?
Yes, yeah, ni kama ni kama nani ameenda. Rasji kama ameenda
next person can just pick it from there. Get
Yeah,
given chance for like two people. Uh,
yeah.
who's next?
Sasa
That's the
ameenda
farmer.
yeye. Yes, yes. Un,
The Sue has just spoken.
yes, I did. I did. I did. Do you have that information that
Okay.
I was trying to 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 uh, to ask Rasji?
Yes, I've heard you. I've heard you clearly.
Okay, can you please try to explain to me what is really happening there? Kuhusu haki na Morara, kuhusu like organization, what is really happening there? Because we've been personally, I've been I've been supporting the movement. Hata Kikoti pia unaelewa. But what will really happen to
Okay.
these other guys? Yeah,
The
tafadhali tu in brief, sitaki nikupatie nani sana nani nyingi, but I just really want to know. Nataka kujua hii story ya huu jamaa huyu Morara, nataka yeah, the nani really is happening about these other influencers ambao why kila mtu ana hold spaces zake. Kwa nini hakuna mambo ya kuungana tena? Yeah, in briefly tu sitaki nikupatie nani.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't think I can talk on their behalf.
Okay.
I think there's a team. There's a team who can speak. They meet every day. They have their plans, and I'm not part of that team. So I think
Okay.
if I answer anything on that, I might just speculate, which is not right for now.
Okay.
Yeah, just bear with me. But I think information will reach them. KOT will get the information. It's part of the team, and I think they will respond or give update.
Okay.
S- uh,
But KOT is
so
sleeping.
perhaps,
He's sleeping, right?
yeah, KOT is sleeping. He's sleeping. Yeah, but you'll
Mm.
get information. The proceedings are recorded,
Okay.
and you get everything. So can we just get one person before us wakes up? I don't know whether he has a problem with mic or.
Yeah, and his mic is off.
Okay.
Yeah, his mic is off. KOTP,
Yeah.
yeah.
So anyone who is next
Hmm.
who has not spoken, Zach.
Why not sleeping? Then just dawned on me kuna watu wako mahali ni mchana.
Mm. So can we just have someone finalizing? Yeah, Ras had given chance for two people, two or three, and then that was to be the end. So can we get the next person who is ready on a mic?
Host na co-host wamedoze. So I think this is funny.
So we close it at that point. But I did not. I don't have the powers to close the meeting.
Watu wanaweza as of now you can speak sign language. Tunaspeak na hizi emoji. So you can just find your way through the rest of
Okay.
the
I will be very wrong if I close the meeting. It's not on my powers. But it's like everyone else is exhausted.
Kaa kuna watu wa sign language, just go on, just tumeni hizo masmile na whatever we will. Whoever can understand them ata respond.
And I would really like to hear a voice of a lady. Don't we have ladies in the house? Faith. Faith is a listener, and I can't make her speaker. Very unfortunate. Okay. So it's like all the speakers
Oh,
have
Razi,
spoken.
I think Razi has a problem and he's co-hosting the rights zimenyongwa na Elon Musk. So now he needs
So I'm not even the co-host.
he needs
Next
KOT.
time they should.
Yeah, he's trying
Next
to
time they should make me co-host.
mimi mimi wacha tu KOT amelala. I don't know whether amelala alafu now the co-host
Wait, he's taking a break. Yeah.
Nyonga. So now he can't be added. So the emails are coming
From the
by
signs I see, it's trolling. So, Ras G, if you give us okay, we can proceed. If you can take over, can be better.
hivi ndio Gachagua anasikia. Nasikia venye Gachagua anasikia sasa.
So interesting. We should have a series of profiles like 3 or 4 ago. But okay, we can just, I don't even want to tell food because I don't have any powers to do so.
Okay, so we call it a
Just
day
say,
then, yeah?
"Acha Mungu ni mambo gani?"
So I think we call it a day, right? Call it a night.
Rasji amekuwa
It's not
impeached.
for us, mind.
Rasji amekuwa impeached.
Yeah, Ras G is now saying, "Acha Mungu ni mambo gani?" These things to happen. So, okay, I don't know. Perhaps Ras G will come to finalize. But to me, I want to appreciate everyone who has actually contributed. Their contributions actually weighty matters, and I believe all of them have been taken into account, and the team is going to work on them, the ones that can be addressed. The areas where communications and update are needed, I think they're going to do so. And by the way, this is a really, really important point where if there's a court case, I think people should be updated on how things are going so that we don't end up spoiling the party or just everyone thinking anything. So if there's any update, I think it should be done. And also those who sent the emails to the clerk, I really want to appreciate these guys. You've spoken, and but that is one area where many people do ignore. But this time, I think the message has reached home. So the clerk of the Senate, I believe you're not going to say that 80% supported it. That thing is 100% reject. And plus the rest have been listening. Of course, uh, we can't speak if there's no listener. So I want to appreciate all of you, the diaspora team, the Kenyan team. By now, some people should be deep asleep, but at least they have managed to be with us up to this moment. May God bless you so much, and let us continue doing what we can so that we can clean our country. This is the only country we have. If we leave it, we are going to be refugees, and we can't leave our country and go somewhere when we can make it better. So let us keep pushing. Let us do what we can. Let us remain united and strong. That is the strength. The only strength that we have is our unity. If we start separating and going different ways, whichever way we are separated, be it political, ethnic, or any other way, then we have actually we will miss the point. But if we remain united, no matter the politics, no matter the tribe, no matter the situation, I think we will actually reach where we want. So mine is just to give thanks to everyone. May God bless you all and allow me also to take a break until tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I really appreciate on behalf of the guys from diaspora. We really appreciate. Ni kama mojawapo hapa. It's not so easy to survive here. Like right now, it's going to winter time. It's getting very cold here. So yeah, I wish we all longing to come back to Kenya. So yeah, we like this. We need the sun. We need the organic food and all that stuff. So tumeshukuru sana nani Daniel nani Robert yeah kutufungia. So I think the host and the co-host they are all resting. So Yeah, nimeshukuru sana. Yeah.
Asante pia, and thank you for the guys who like joined the space. I joined a bit late, so I may not be able to know all the stuff you talked about. But I think KOT akiamka yours as a space, and I think this KOT is really pushing this whole Adani thing. So wasi wenye wanaweza tokea, I think he would all want us to be there. The day of that hearing. TG really wants us to be there because he told us it's making a statement of public participation because it's showing that this is an actual public interest thing. It's not just they're saying it's public interest on the paper, but when guys are actually outside the courtroom, if the guys joining via video call the way we joined, tukapiga makelele huko hadi judge akazima, it shows that this is an actual public interest issue because among the reasons they've put on that petition is that it's a public interest issue. So I think he wants as many of us there because it highlights the issue and he also shows to the judges that wenyewe hii si watu tu wametoka huko peke yao. Because when the guys are shouting, I think it's a idea. So the guys that can come, most def, show up. I'm done.
Guys, mimi nitaongea neno kama moja na mawili. Yeah, kusema ukweli, first due has to be said. KOT has been, unajua kila movement ama kila serikali huwa kuna brain behind it. Kama ni gari kuenda lazima kuwe kuna engine. What I can confess or what I understand or what I know mpaka saa hii, huyu kijana wa KOT has been or is the brain of this movement. Sio mambo ya kuwa vocal, sio mambo ya kuwa on the ground, sio mambo ya posters, sio mambo ya every single thing. I don't think that, yani huyu naweza kusema he is unsung hero. He is unsung hero kwa sababu he is very simple, lakini ningeomba jamaa, sisi ambao tuko diaspora na hata pia let's run behind this gentleman. Let's believe what he's trying to achieve because sometimes he goes 24 hours without sleeping. But what is he doing? He's not selfish. He's fighting for Kenya, for a better Kenya. Wengine walikuwa ni cloud chasers, lakini this guy is unsung hero. So let's rally behind him. Let's support him. Let's support a new Kenya. Watu kama kina Rasji hao kina Wanyama hao walikuwa wakifanya nani, hiyo inaitwa sauti ya I think sauti ya wananchi and all that, you know, kina Wafula, unaona, hiyo the 60 all those, you know, but this guy has been very very consistent, unaona, so sitaki kurant ama kuongea sana guys, let's support and kama kuna maandamano let's rally together. Kama hii 11-11, us will be behind you guys. We'll support everything, you know. We are behind you guys. Kama kuna kitu chochote kile ambacho kinatakikana, you know, in terms of funds, we are here. We are always here. So sitaongea sana, but yeah. Good night to everyone. Yeah, to rest. Thank you. Nashukuru sana.